So Cam gets naked, and a doctor is giving him a physical where they measure and weigh him. And as this is going on, White says, Cam gets naked. When you love something, it's easy to make sacrifices for it. What do you love? Cam says family. But Zay says, okay, I'll remember that when you can't push any further. Zay says family's not enough if you want to transcend the game, almost hinting that this is more than just football. You're going to need more than just external motivation. And then there's this weird part where Zay tries to humiliate him for getting fully naked, pretending like he only wanted him to get into his underwear, when Zay literally said, take your drawers off. So Cam's like, what? Then Cam meets Miss White and her assistant. They both seem to really like him. But immediately there's something strange about Miss White. She's extremely sexual, runs like the sex store crystal business, and hands Cameron a crystal to stick up his rear. Yeah, that's not an accident either. Then he's in a room getting an ice bath, eating fruits, and he looks over and he sees Zay's getting his blood taken. Apparently, Zay's blood has higher oxygen levels right now, so he's preserving it for a day when he wants to use it. So it's a future transfusion when he's not at his best performance. Now, it's not clear yet, but it will be later in the film. But Zay says, you want a hit? This is clearly a Achrome reference. I'll expand in a moment. But already at this part in the film, it's clear that this blood is used for rejuvenation purposes, for becoming young again. Zay then leaves the room, and then out of nowhere, Marco injects Cameron with the blood even though he said he didn't want any. This is Zay's blood. As Marco is leaving, he says some religions would consider his blood holy. Well, what? Then right after this blood shot, the lights turn off. This proves it's Achrome, because right after he gets the shot, he starts hallucinating. He starts hearing things. Then he goes underwater, but he sinks, kind of like in Get Out. If you've seen that movie, you know exactly what that symbolism means. He's being put under hypnosis or mind controlled into being transformed into a new being. Then he wakes up. He gets splashed by a trainer named Malik. Day 2 is Poise. He's running in the desert with Zay, and he can't keep up. Mobb Deep starts playing. Is he a crook, or is he faking it? Are you in the gang, or are you in the club? No, he can't keep up. He ain't a crook. Then he starts coughing, and he actually throws up. He passes out here, and then you hear these footsteps. You think it's going to be Zay, but it's this demon mascot thing walking up to him with the Warhammer, and the mascot actually strikes him and kills him. But it was just a hallucination. It's not a mascot. It's Zay. Are they connected? I think so. I think that's what the film's doing here. They bring Cam back into the house and give him oxygen. And Zay is asking Cam a bunch of hypotheticals. Would you rather never get tired or never get injured? Then Zay says, what if you could avoid getting injured? Then these guys show up to the training field, and it gets really weird. Well, first, Zay tells Cam to sit this one out, since he's tired, and then literally blows him a kiss. I'm telling you, throughout this whole movie, Zay is acting sus, and literally has one earring. Pretty clearly, this is referencing Diddy, but we'll see that more as we progress. Now you may think that's a reach, but literally right after blowing him a kiss and licking his lips, the movie makes it even more on the nose, because right after this, he takes notice of all the people without their shirt on. Then out of nowhere, Marco comes up and injects Cam with Zay's blood again. Weirdly, we can see now there's an emoji shrugging with a syringe. It seems to be signifying like, oh, what's in this? And a smiley shrugging, I don't know. But it's hinting to this being a mysterious blood, not normal blood, aka Achrome. Now it's not just that, it's multi-layered, but we'll discuss that more. It's just one aspect of symbolism. And right after he gets shot, his pupils dilate, again connecting the psychedelic mind control themes, meaning it's not just a stimulant. Okay, and during this scene there's a fast-paced shot that's only for a split second. You can't really see it if you're watching the movie normally. But if you pause on the frame, I can't really show it because it's gory. It seems to be like some intestines opening up, Some type of biological change is happening within him. Now, he's ready to train. And it does this loop thing with the film shots where it's very close to his eyes, which hints towards him being under a trance or hypnotic loop, meaning this is a part of his programming, his literal training. So he's doing this training exercise where he has to throw the ball to his receivers. And it's going well. But then, Zay says that he needs a volunteer. And the only white guy in the group is all excited and says, "I'll do it." And so he stands in front of this automatic thrower, almost like he's done this exercise before, and then the music changes. Obviously something's about to go down. Now, the loop begins again, and he's doing his training, but now they're adding a trauma element to his training. Basically, if one of his receivers misses the ball or doesn't catch it, even if it's not Cam's fault, Malik will put a football in this automatic thrower, and it will hit this guy right in the face. So, he makes a mistake, and Zay starts acting psychotic and says, "Oops." Everyone is aware about what's going to happen, except Cameron. So, if Cam messes up, this guy gets hurt, and this football's going very fast. It hits him right in the face. Cam's shocked and can't grasp what's going on, so he makes another mistake. And Zay says, "Shh," hinting towards this being a secret. Meaning this is the first hint towards SRA, silence. Then the abuse continues. But what's weird about it is this guy willingly decided to do this. He's like happy about it. Meaning this guy and these other players are most likely brainwashed as well. Cam gets really scared. He's like, what the heck is going on? Zay is telling him this isn't a game. Because obviously this is not a game. This is something else. Which is what I was hinting to earlier. This movie is telling you this isn't about the game or the sport. And while he's saying this, the camera looks at the other people because Cam's trying to look around and see if anyone else is seeing this, and no one cares. Not even Marco. Because it's almost as if they've seen this before. So Cam starts to get it, he just needs to lock in. So the loop starts again, and he's doing the exercises. There's this scene where the camera's zoomed in on Zay. And for a split second, it shows an old vintage football helmet, which is hinting that the mind control programming goes back to the origin of the entire league. Cam starts to do better, but then one of the guys fails to catch it on purpose, because he's like trying to catch it with one hand. So they turn up the speed on the Hail Mary machine. But the thing is, they want Cam to make mistakes. They're doing this on purpose. This is a part of his mental mind control and domination through trauma. So Cam is making the plays, but they start shooting the football at this guy anyways. And Zay is just laughing. He thinks this whole thing is hilarious. And it even shows a tooth on the ground. It shows Malik here, and obviously he's crazy. That's important for later. Now everyone starts fighting as Cam starts to get angry. And again, with the flamboyant stuff from Zay, he gets all close to Cam saying, "You shouldn't talk like that on the field." And it's weird because he comes at him all sincere and feminine, and then just starts screaming in his face, telling him that he's the QB. It doesn't matter if the wide receiver doesn't catch it. All the blame goes to him. All the glory and all the defeat. It's all on him. And after yelling at him to show domination, he then weirdly boops his nose. Now we're back in the loop. And he's starting to do better. But Zay is still clapping like a weirdo. But Cam's actually worried about this guy who is getting abused. Cam is a good guy. He has a good heart. And he's the only one going to check up on him. But this guy is just laughing hysterically. He's like, "Do you get it?" As if it was just a big joke. And not only that, he thanks Zay for the opportunity to be abused. Here, Zay even demeans him while he's worshipping him. Cam's like processing all this, and he starts bleeding from his head injury. He goes to Marco, and Marco says it's nothing. We find out that Zay also had a head injury that was far worse apparently. It says it causes bleeding from his tear ducts, which is very strange to bring up because that's connected to another topic that I'm not going to elaborate on. Then, Marco whispers, Turns out that human skulls weren't designed to smash into each other, which has multiple layers, but it connects to the history we were told earlier. So he takes the staples out of his head and tells him to go sit in this pressurized isolation room. Zay's here too, and Cam is still worried about that guy, but Zay makes a joke that if he can't remember his name, he must not care that much. Remember, this is war, he says. They're having a conversation when Zay says, "You know how they say God, family, and football?" He says, "Yeah, well for me, it's football, family, God." Again, notice the layers and inversion here. They are the saviors. So this means he is a demon, the opposite of Christ, the devil. Then Zay leaves, telling him to relax, and Cam is in the chamber when it shows them turning up the pressure levels. He then starts hallucinating voicemails. He starts banging on the door because this is causing him a lot of pain. And he even starts bleeding, painting an S for saviors on the window. He is hallucinating here because during the scene, someone is in the room with him with that old vintage helmet. Then he wakes up again. He gets more blood transfusion, and we see a similar cut where it's showing the anatomy and intestines. But this time, everything's getting rebuilt and healed, showing his body's transforming from this blood. Day 3 is leadership. So he's training in gear now, and they're being much tougher with him. He's getting tackled very hard. And as it happens, it shows that shot from the title screen, these glass crystal staples crystallizing on his skull, symbolizing his transformation. But there are these strange sound effects, almost like it's some type of technology. Zay says, "The game rewards violence." Again, you aren't a killer, you aren't a crook, you aren't in the gang, you aren't in the club. They're teasing him and demeaning him, and it's clear this is MK Ultra stuff. They're trying to trigger him into an alternative personality. Zay lays it out. He's chasing validation from strangers, from his idol, his god, his worship. And these are facts. And then he tries to traumatize him even more by saying his father didn't love him. This isn't a game. This isn't for fun. Literally, football is your everything, your god. And again, with the Diddy stuff, he gets super close to his face and starts crying. You'll just have to watch it to see what I'm talking about. Now all of a sudden, Cam's doing much better. He's turning literally into a killer, which is another MK Ultra sleeper agent hit. He's being activated. In the very next scene, he headbutts this other dude on the field. And it seems like he actually kills him, or at least paralyzes him, which is showing he's willing to sacrifice everything. He isn't just a pretty boy. And it shows you the x-ray while this is happening to show you the reality of what's going on. Zay is impressed, but Cam's starting to wake up from his trance a bit and realizes what he just did. He got lost and something else took over. Zay then nods in approval. Then Zay says, "There he is," meaning this was the groomed creation he was looking for. This is no longer Cam. And then he literally hugs him, telling him how proud he is. Then they all start chanting while this guy's on the floor dying. Amen. Then we get a shot of his house. It doesn't even look like a house, or like a training facility or a temple. Cam is walking through some hallways now, and you can tell something's off. As he's walking, he hears this faint whirring noise coming from behind a circular door, and he tries to listen in. Then a football hits the ground and bounces towards him. He gets scared, and now he's between these two doorways, and you start hearing that same spiral static sound again. The camera zooms into the black doorway, and there is someone in here, but we don't see who. Then there are these flashing lights. It's the paparazzi. Camera's going off. Is this real or a dream? At first it didn't sound like cameras. It sounded like someone getting electrocuted. Then, out of nowhere, someone puts plastic wrap tight across his face, but it's kind of a symbol. He's suffocating, literally being smothered by the same fame that made Isaiah a god. The news anchors are laughing, interviewing him like he's a star, but in the background, the demon mascot is in control, choking him, because the price of worship is sacrifice. He then rips off the plastic wrap. It was just a hallucination. Next, we see him on the phone with his mom. He forgot her birthday, and that small detail shows that he's losing sense of time. Memory loss, time distortion, kind of a part of a trauma cycle. While he's talking, we see this figure outside in the rain watching him in the window, wearing what appears to be a red robe at first, standing completely still. Keep in mind the red robe represents blood and initiation. He's being watched by someone. Then Marco shows up drunk and tells him it takes blood to grow king. He's admitting that the transformation requires human blood. That football is a modern gladiator sacrifice. Entertainment built on blood. Then he says never kill yourself for a job. But the contrast is Marco already did. The job is killing him slowly. He wanted this job to heal and help people, but he got something else entirely. Then Marco looks at him seriously and says, "It's a shame you're so talented, and how well I prepared you." Cam asks, "Prepared me for what?" But Marco doesn't answer. He just walks away. Then he mentions the Coliseum. Only one leaves. Basically admitting this is a blood sport built on sacrifice, not about who wins the game, but who survives the ritual. We cut to outside again, and it seems the red-robed figure is gone. But the camera turns around, and we see who was standing outside. It's this strange, surreal scene with that crazy woman from earlier, who's now in a red jacket. That's not an accident. And she has what looks to be clown makeup, which is not an accident either. I mentioned this in my weapons review because it has the same symbolism, but clowns are a reference for CIA handlers. I'll talk more about that in a sec. But yeah, behind her are these two weird guys wearing football heads. These are the same fanatics from before when Cam first showed up. The worshippers. But now it's clear they're not just fans. On the surface, they're mad because Zay is about to be replaced with Cameron, and Zay is their god, their go. And then it shows a painting of Zay. Cameron says, "What's it like being the goat?" Again, notice how we're talking about goats right after seeing that red-robed woman. Zay says it was a blessing, and then it shows these African masks on the wall. Then it shows these two doorways again, hinting that this is about to get occult and ritualistic. Zay says, "What's the use of having this blessing? One day, you have to give it all up." So they're having this conversation in the sauna room, and Zay says he has this reoccurring nightmare. He's sitting alone on a dirty couch, watching TV, watching someone else do what he was best at. But this is almost hinting towards him being replaced and how he's fearful. Then Zay starts talking about one of the things that he will miss the most is the smell of locker rooms. Like, what? And even Cam's like, "Bro, what did you just say?" And yeah, just in case you thought I was reaching with the whole Diddy thing, it's about to get pretty crazy here. He says it smells like brotherhood, because it's not about the game, it's about brotherhood. He's telling him this in a sauna, where you're naked and sweaty. The sauna, the robes, it's referencing secret society initiations. Just wait, it's about to get insane. Then he says he misses going through the tunnel. That's a callback to what Cam's dad said earlier about running through fire and smoke. The tunnel is the passage, the ritual gate from one self to another. But it's coded because he says it leads to the light of the field. But in this movie, everything is inverted. The tunnel isn't leading to heaven. It's hell and initiation disguised as victory. He literally says he misses the chanting, the worship. Zay says, "Do me a favor. Don't be me." Almost like a warning, but not. He's saying to be even better, but you could tell there's some type of concern in his eyes. Cam asks what he means, and then Zay goes into this strange hypothetical. You're starving in a prison and someone asks you if you want food or freedom. It's a trick question, meaning if you want to be free, you have to starve and die. So you're stuck in the prison. And circling back to his other hypotheticals, he has no choice basically. Then, Zay leaves the sauna. But remember this for later. He says, I'm going to go watch some tape. On the surface, it's sports tape. But yeah, there's deeper meaning there. You'll see. Then, the temperature starts rising. Cam starts to hear noises, and there's a shot of the ice bath, I believe, but it's shaped like horns. Okay, this part is very weird, so get ready. Cam lays down to relax, and then a few seconds later, someone crawls out from under the bench. So she's been there the whole time listening? It's that lady in the red robe jacket, the lady with the clown makeup. She gets up and then gets one of these hot rocks to try and kill Cam. But wait, how did she even get in here? Then it shows that horned ice bath, and there are these weird fanatics dressed up painted wearing a football for a head. Remember, these are cult members. It literally called them a cult when Cam first got here. That's important because on the surface, these are just upset fans. But that's not what's actually going on here. And now we can see she is clearly in clown makeup. No question. It's the same thing like Gladys from Weapons. So she tries to kill him with this rock, but Cam notices her in time, dodges the attack, and this is the weird part. Cam starts choking her almost like she wants it and is enjoying it. Now on the surface, the movie's playing this out like these fanatics are trying to stop him from becoming the next White. But the deeper symbolism here is this is actually what creates him. This is activating his MK Ultra alternate personality. He is a sleeper agent. This isn't Cam right now. It's his alter ego. Cam would never do this. And once it seems that she's dead, Cam is shocked at what he just did. That's the symbol here. This is a secret cult. CIA behind the scenes, testing his sleeper agent capabilities. He can't believe what he just did. You may think that's a stretch, but it's not. We find out that Zay was watching the whole time. Remember, he supposedly went to go watch tapes. But wait, this is actually what he was watching? This now clearly connects Zay with this cult, and it continues. So this crazy clown woman comes back to life and tries to kill Cam again, but Zay then grabs her by the neck, and she likes it and starts acting like a demon who's possessed, sticking her tongue out. Then Zay literally makes out with her. So Zay is in the club, or cult, and it's obviously referencing some strange erotic rituals. But not just that. Then Zay throws her against the wall, killing her. So sacrifice. Then the weird cult members come in and they start crying mommy. So she must be their handler as well. And now we see a triangle by the doorway. That wasn't there before, and the sauna meter is missing now. Then Zay starts celebrating, lifting his arms in a horned pose, literally forming a pentagram, calling himself God. Full satanic conversion, clearly referencing SRA here. And it continues. It even connects Zay to this woman even more because he's like impressed. He's telling Cam, did you see that? Wow, that's what it takes to win. She gets it. So wait, how did this woman get into the house? Why is Zay not fazed by it at all? And why did he just make out with her? Well, it's for the reasons I just stated. The fanatic cult clown leader is a symbol. And if it couldn't get any weirder, Zay tells Cam to leave so he can do something to this woman. The movie doesn't really spell it out, but there's blood everywhere. He wants to do something with her, whether that's drinking the blood, doesn't really tell us. But it actually hints to something even darker than that, because he gets on the floor and says, I owe it to the fans. So, and this is very important, but the very next scene is of Miss White, Zay's wife. That's not a coincidence. Remember, she is extremely sexual. She sells sex crystals. So, that's connecting the woman from before to his wife, which they look very similar. She's saying, yeah, this is normal for us. It happens all the time. And if you notice, she's wearing the same makeup. It's just more clean. Red lipstick, blue eyeshadow. They're definitely connected. Cam chuckles and is like, yeah, obviously weirded out. And it seems he's having second thoughts about this whole thing. And again, you have to understand the context of what just happened to get the symbolism here. This scene, right after the sauna scene, with Cam and his wife, is blatantly sexual, which is alluding to the scene before. So Miss White invites him to go to a party with the girls, and at first he's hesitant, but he ends up going. And this scene proves what I was saying. Now, all the girls are down here in bikinis drinking red wine, and it's the same room from earlier where the ritual happened. And Marco's literally still cleaning it up. It hasn't even been 2 minutes, and already we have Miss White in the same room where this just went down, being sexualized, trying to lure Cam. It's showing you this is an SRA room. I'll explain it more later, but remember, he was talking about steamy locker rooms, brotherhood, watching tapes. This is literally where Cam got diddied. But the movie doesn't spell it out, you just have to read the symbols. So all these women are trying to sexualize him now, right in front of the sauna room. And he's zoning out, almost going into a trance. I can't show too much of this scene because they literally take off his clothes in front of the room. It couldn't be more obvious what they're referring to. Then he wakes up the next day, can't remember what happened, so keep that in mind. There's another clue here. He has no idea what sexual events occurred last night. He lost his memory. Zay's sitting there waiting for him to wake up, and notice his robe. Now I get it, people wear robes like this, but it's not an accident. This is like a ceremonial secret society robe. And he's asking if Cam had sex with his wife and he has a gun. But it's weird, because how did he not know this party was going on? He had to. He had to allow it. So this is a reference. Cam says, no, I got a girl. But obviously something happened. Was it a hallucination? A coping mechanism? Zay starts laughing. And if you still didn't notice the Diddy stuff, he literally starts sucking on his gun. Then he says, I love you in this really weird way. And basically, Zay at first is trying to threaten Cameron on the premise that he's mad he slept with his wife and she cheated on him. But that's not what's going on. Zay is actually mad that he didn't sleep with her and is instead worried about some high school girlfriend. Basically, this is some weird intimidation tactic where he wants Cam to submit and ignore his moral values. Then Zay says, you know what? Let's kick it like bros. While they're both in robes. Day 4. Resilience. And it shows a goat with one eye, proving this one eye symbolism is not by accident. Now they're outside hunting, or pretend hunting fake animals. But the weird part is there are like these football scarecrow things, again hinting towards football and sacrifice. But remember, this movie's filled with satanic stuff. This is actually referencing hunting games, if you know about that. And it's crazy that this movie would even include that. Cam's feeling weird and even mentions how he feels bad about the lady that almost got killed, meaning it's still on his mind. It traumatized him. That's a clue because right after, Zay says, what lady? Pretending that he doesn't remember. Or maybe this is a hint that something deeper was actually going on. Meaning that was a symbolic event. Remember, he has been hallucinating since he got his injury. So how do we know that wasn't a hallucination of sorts? His brain trying to process something else happening. Zay says, I don't know what lady you're talking about. And Cam's like thinking, okay, was that a dream? And they're literally shooting at a person in a night mascot outfit. So this is a hunting game reference, as it's connecting to secret societies. Apparently, the knight is the target. He says, we have no more to shoot, so they're shooting people. After shooting the knight, he says, oh yeah, that lady. Meaning, after another ritual abuse scenario, Now he's like, oh yeah, I remember that other ritual abuse. But it's still not clear what lady he's referring to. Then he says, your turn, and hands the sniper to Cam, which is another MK Ultra reference, showing he's a sleeper agent, ready to kill him. Then Zay says, let's make a little wager, kind of like a deal with the devil type of thing, where if he hits the target, meaning he shoots this person in the night outfit, Zay will give him any material thing he desires. But if he misses, Zay is going to take Cam's youth, clearly referencing body snatching and elite body replacement. Then Cam says, nah, if I miss, I might let you keep QB1 next year. And then when he says this, he looks at Zay with one eye, basically saying he's in the club now. Now he's doing the ritual abuse, and he actually shoots the night mascot, killing him. Then we see a montage where he's taking the blood injections himself now. He's ready to take over Zay, and now he's in a deprivation chamber where he hallucinates. And again, it shows the brain thing going on. He's transforming into something else. And now it's day 5. Vision. They're getting set up for an interview, but there's the same room design, hinting that football is just a stage show for these secret cults. They're interviewing Zay when he says the old tribes would make boys into men by dragging them into the wild, feeding them smoke and blood until the visions came. Again, a reference to that tunnel earlier. And it shows Cam with his eyes rolled back. He says that the blood they were fed was that of the fiercest warrior, so their spirit could be passed on to the boy who survived. Basically a ritual. The symbol here is Cam is being fed Zay's blood. So in a sense, Zay is being transferred over to Cam. So his youth is being taken because Cam seems to be possessed. Then he says football is no different. But instead of dragged, they're drafted. And gods sit in skyboxes. It's still the same ritual continued from ancient times. Then it shows Miss White holding a football in red light after he says that. I don't think that's a coincidence either. I'll explain it at the end. But listen, he says greatness takes more than talent and hard work. And then it shows his bloody eye. Remember, I talked about this earlier. It's not an accident that this is shown right this way. He is traumatized by whatever gave him this injury. Keep in mind, Mario compared this injury to Cam's injury, meaning they were similar or connected, which implies that this injury wasn't because of football, but this was an injury given to him by the secret society satanic cult, meaning that's what it takes to be successful or great. Literally, he says surviving the death of who you used to be. And this trauma theme continues. The next shot is Cam crying, remembering the trauma of losing his father. He says the last thing he told his father was he was done with football because he just wanted to be a kid, meaning he was done with being groomed. And right after this, his dad died not too long after. But then he says that as long as he played football, his dad's death wasn't real. So a coping mechanism, false reality. So he does this for his dad, even though deep down, he really just wants to be a normal person. And then it shows Zay in the next shot, or Diddy, his new dad now, basically. Then it shows Cam's the center for the Last Supper. He's the sacrifice. He is the sacrifice. The next scene, Miss White is making sure that he stabilizes the evidence. There's something really strange about her. I haven't mentioned this yet. There's something androgynous. There's her eyebrows like makeup on it or something. She almost has masculine qualities. It's not a reach, I'll explain later. But yeah, and she has that clown makeup, which is on purpose. Interestingly, in this scene, she boops his nose, which I believe is a symbol showing dominance, meaning she is a handler. Miss White says, hey, look, so they want to make an offer for you at this party. And she says they made the same offer to Zay 20 years ago. So apparently, these are some important people. But Cam doesn't really want to go, he's not feeling the party. But Miss White manipulates him and uses reverse psychology to get him to go to this party. Okay, so they're leaving. Miss White has her arm around Cam, and she says to Zay, are you coming? And he says, nah, I'm gonna stay back and watch some tape. Again, we all know what this is referencing. Obviously, he's not gonna go watch football tapes. He literally says, you guys go have fun. He's gonna be watching what happens at this party. So they drive to some other location. It seems to be this motel called Recreation, but the only letters visible are RCRN. Cam's like, I thought you said this was a party. And she says, oh, they like their privacy. When you get to a certain level, anonymity is paramount. Basically hinting these guys are secretive. And then she says, word for word, that they do weird rituals. She's spelling it out for you here. They're up to weird stuff, and they don't need anybody knowing who they are. She says, one day this will all be his. And says, remember, you're doing this for the culture. Cam's like, yeah, that's nice, but what did you mean by rituals? She says, oh, you know, just rich guy stuff. Then we see the entrance has these winged statues with candles and the red light. So obviously this isn't a normal party. A song comes on saying, I'm trying to be the goat. There you go. This is satanic stuff. Then we see an S with a hexagram pattern, and they actually show the same exact pattern earlier in several scenes, like the practice stadium and in that room. Margo comes up to Cam and says, the prodigal son has returned, which is a Masonic reference. Margo's all dressed up, and he quotes Jesus, something about blood and wine, and then whispers in his ear telling him to run. Cam doesn't really listen though, because he sees that this agent's here, and they're both excited. But wait, why is the agent here? This shows that his agent was another handler from the beginning, which is sad. Agent then introduces Cam to the owners of the Saviors. So wait, these are the weird rich guys doing rituals? These are the people trying to be secretive? They sit at a table and they're all laughing, and there's a bottle of alcohol, with the top being an L, another Masonic reference. Now this is where it gets weird, and I spells it out for you just in case you haven't been paying attention. Okay, so a waiter shows up with multiple glasses of red wine. This waiter is in the same pink mascot suit that we've been seeing throughout the film. But this waiter is actually a man dressed up like a woman. And right during this shot, one of the owners say, now I got a question. Are you ready to take the next step? That's on purpose. He's hinting to something here. And right then, the music turns eerie, hinting that there's something nefarious to that question. He raises his glass of wine, which Marco just a minute earlier referenced Jesus and compared wine to blood. Then they all drink and cheer, and Cam drinks the entire thing. As he does this, Zay is becoming rejuvenated and young again. The men are watching Cam after he drank this blood, and Cam doesn't look too good. Something's happening to him. He starts hallucinating again, almost like he's getting taken over by Zay. Then the party basically turns into a strip club, and Cam's partying. But during this, Miss White lifts up an axe, and it doesn't show it, but it seems like she cuts someone's head off. But we don't see anything. It's happening very fast paced with multiple clips. The scene cuts, and we see these black men behind a woman wearing a demon mask. Who is this woman? Well, the movie doesn't really elaborate, but I suspect it's Cam. Why? Well, because the next shot shows this very same mask in a room, and then it shows another shot of the checkerboard floor, just in case you weren't connecting this to secret societies. But what's not being shown is someone is being ritually sacrificed. And guess who picks up the mask? Cameron does. Meaning, I believe this is him in the shot, which only shows for a second, and it's subtle. The movie doesn't really explain it, because whoever wrote this doesn't seem to want that to be obvious, I guess. But yes, it shows Cameron's being emasculated. Now, it might not literally be him, but it's symbolic. There is some woman wearing a mask here, and it's obvious that Cam is trying to put the mask on or become one with the mask. As he picks up the mask and deciding whether he wants to put it on, there are these cuts showing him vomiting some diamond chains. It's pretty graphic. Also, the song playing is in sync with what's happening. Someone is being sacrificed here, and it seems there are multiple layers. On one level, Cam's old self is being sacrificed, as he puts on the mask and slowly becomes the GOAT. That's one level. But not just that. Literally, Marco was sacrificed here. His head was the one that got cut off. It would seem this is because Marco warned Cam and revealed the secret. But this proves what I was saying. All these mascots and fanatics are at the party. How is that possible? That means the mascots and fanatics are symbols. They're a part of the satanic cult CIA secret operation. The mascots are a part of the club. Also, it's not an accident that it's showing this group of black people here too. Then, the chaos stops, and Cam is actually in this room, so it's not a hallucination. Marco really got his head chopped off. She says, "Are you sure you're okay?" As she pulls out a blade, showing she really did sacrifice Marco. Day 6 is sacrifice. And sorry for the blur. So now Cam is still alive, but he's back in this ice bathroom, receiving a blood transfusion. It's Isaiah's blood, and then we see another one eye. He's on an ice bed being scanned, and notice that square and circle. That's another magical occult symbol, which is deep because on one level, it's representing the sacrifice. Also, it's a spiritual journey, the union of opposites. Yes, watches his tapes, and notice how there's a stage with red curtains. Notice he's not even watching anything, so this must be a symbol. Yes, Saints faster. He works on his getting someone's watching sacrifice. Then again, I know I've seen some preaching sacrifice. Okay, so keeping them alive and transcending death, meaning their soul gets passed into another body. And in this way, the secret societies are controlling and rigging the game, where they have power and control over the final outcome. Meaning Zay had a mentor before him, and Zay had to go through the exact thing Cam went through, and his mentor had a mentor. So, he calls it a gift from the gods. Zay says it's my contract is up at the end of the year. But he's not talking just about football. He's talking about his contract with the devil. Now this is strange, but basically they have to fight for who becomes the next QB. I get it all, but it doesn't actually make sense because states future football is better, so sometimes they listen. Maybe it's start fighting shirtless. It even shows an x-ray of them fighting, and then Zay actually breaks Cam's arm. Cam gets up and says, "You know what the opposite of a savior is? A mascot." Then he raises a glowing helmet and uses this to kill Zay. Then everything starts shaking, almost like he broke the lineage. Or did he? Cam defeats his mentor, walks through the curtains, or the tunnel, into the light. But this is a gladiator reference. He's now ready to come out on the field. But wait, this isn't a normal football field. We get this strange, surreal shot of a headless knight, which is an occult symbol in heraldry, and these mascots are now on crosses. Then you have these pigs singing the Star-Spangled Banner, meaning he succeeded in this ritual test. He killed his mentor. Now, he's fully accepted into the league, controlled by these pigs. Also, the cheerleaders are clowns and have fake faces. Then the song starts to get really weird and starts referencing slaves. We see that Cam is now standing in front of a pentagram and the headless knight. This is another ritual ceremony. But now things get even more clear. We see Miss White. Wait, what is she doing here? Don't you see? She is the handler. She is androgynous. She is the leader of the cult, the one who signs the contract, the devil. And if you look at her hands, look how old they look. That's hinting that she's actually much older than she looks, just like Gladys from Weapons. Again, connecting to Akron. Obviously, the cult partakes in blood rituals, and it's not just a stimulant. Also, the hammer is symbolic here, too, being used as a ritual tool. Now they want him to sign the contract and receive the gifts from the gods, these men in pig heads, obviously referencing sacrifice. But think about it. A football is pigskin. That's why there were animal skins at Zay's house. It's a symbol for sacrifice. Literally, to play football, you have to sacrifice a pig. You're playing with a dead pig. Miss White is the one telling him to sign it, and it shows the contract. It's a sports contract and a contract with the devil, or the satanic cult. But Cam's being hesitant, and they're like, okay, what's going on? And this is when we find out that the agent is a part of the secret cult. I mean, they foreshadowed this, but now he's wearing the pigskins. These are the owners from earlier. But see, this proves that the agent was in on it from the beginning. And the agent then brings up his dad trying to manipulate him. But then it shows this picture of his dad with the owner of the Saviors, who is at this ritual ceremony. And this is when it clicks for Cam. Cam realizes this whole thing was planned since he was a child. And just in case you didn't catch that, the agent says it word for word. He says you were groomed since you were a child. Then the owner, the same one from that childhood photo, tells him, look, either sign it, or I'm going to kill your whole family. And that hints to what Zay was saying earlier with these hypothetical choices. You kind of don't have a choice, or each option sucks really. He either has to join the league and be a slave, or his whole family dies. Either way, he dies. But he remembers, real men make sacrifices. And then he goes to kill this guy in the mascot suit, which is the same one who hit him in the beginning, giving him that head injury in the first place. Now, I'm not sure about this, but I think this is actually Malik. The movie doesn't seem clear about this, but it looks like him. And notice that checkerboard floor again. Oh, and you can see that square and circle symbol here again. Basically, Cam says, nah, and starts killing everyone. The whole scene's very graphic. Then, his agent is begging Cam to kill him because he's scared of something else. And it seems that he gets taken by this invisible force, presumably the devil or some metaphysical demon. And that's basically the ending. I'd show more, but like I said, it's graphic, so. But yeah, now let me try to connect that together here for a moment. First, let me talk about how it's been received. So strangely, everyone's hating on this film, and honestly, I think it's kind of over-exaggerated. It's not that bad at all. Like I said, it could have had a better ending, but I honestly think it's good. Sure, some things are on the nose, but I like the story. It's heavily layered with symbols, good cinematography. I mean, it's not even close to some of the other horrible films coming out lately, which get good reviews. So this leads me to think this is actually contrived and on purpose so people won't go watch it. That's the first thing. The next is, so most of the movie reviews do see the satanic symbols, but I don't know, the way they put it together seems a little shallow. Like sure, this could be seen as trading fame for a Faustian bargain. You have the religious iconography that's overlaying sports culture. They don't really dive deep into that. They just mention like the body horror and the idea that the film's about power, exploitation of racial classes. And I think that's true, but it's just the tip of the iceberg. Interestingly, I did see a review that tied the rings to Saturn worship and cycles of sacrifice, like Saturn eating its own children, right? But yeah, let's see what we can dive into with some of the deeper, darker aspects hidden in the film. Let's talk about this SRA. There are clear references to it. The first phase, or the first hint, was when he told him to take his drawers off. It was an initiation, humiliation reference, showing the power dynamic and forced exposure. Phase 2 is the scene where he gets his first blood baptism. Marco injects him with Zay's blood, and after saying some religions would call it holy, the lights go out, and he's pulled underwater. It's a MK Ultra baptism death of old self, the birth of an asset. Phase 3, the pressurized chamber scene. This is isolation and torture. He's locked in, can't breathe, starts bleeding and hallucinates voices, draws an S for signing the covenant. And that old helmet was an apparition. It was the spirit of past victims or the previous mentors, ancestral initiates. Phase 4 is witnessing sacrifice. Cam has to watch someone else get abused while Zay says shh, meaning vow of silence. And then the team chant amen over the body, meaning ritual completion. This converts violence into worship. Phase 5, value inversion, reversal of divine order. Football, family, God. These are mantras used for trauma-based programming. Phase 6, the knight mascot is killed. Cam kills one of the mascot knights himself. Direct sacrifice and referencing hunting games. Right after this, blood injection follows. Trauma disassociation. And his new persona takes over. Phase 7, the full ritual ceremony. And there are two of these scenes really, but the party there is a ritual sacrifice. And Cam is being welcomed into the club. Okay, so that's the SRA stuff, and it's heavily symbolic. But then there's this Diddy stuff, which I haven't seen anyone mention. It does seem that's actually a subtle nod here with Zay. So Zay is the zesty mentor daddy figure. He literally has one earring. And that doesn't necessarily mean that, but come on. That's been a symbol forever now. Throughout the movie, he is all up in Cam's face, complimenting his body, blowing kisses, and like I said, I mentioned this with the scene where he strips his clothes off. Something's weird's going on there. But it's not just that. I think it's clear they're referencing the Black Dulé, which is a real thing. But if you don't know, there was this guy years before the Diddy news broke out who stormed into the Trump Tower claiming that Diddy was a part of a secret society called the Black Dulé, basically describing it as the Black Illuminati. At the time, everyone thought he was crazy. But years later, a lot of what he said actually came true. So it does make you wonder. In the movie, it definitely seems to be referencing that, because Zay is clearly in the club, a secret society, and Malik is too, as the mascot. During the party scene, you can even see a group of black men, one in a top hat, dancing in the corner, symbolizing the inner circle. It's showing that Zay is a part of this black secret society that operates under a larger white elite cult, the pighead owners, the real handlers. Once you connect the DD parallels and the SRA elements, it's obvious that's what the movie's hinting at. Remember, the entire thing is framed as mentorships, but this isn't mentorship in the normal sense. It's initiation, grooming, and control. And yes, the Boule is a real fraternity, and many of its members are household names. So it makes you think, what is this movie really saying? Is it really just about sports? I don't think I need to elaborate on that one weird scene with the crazy clown woman, but I did want to mention that it seems this clown woman and Miss White are the same person. Remember, the clown woman started acting like a demon. Zay makes out with her, and the very next scene is Miss White, which we find out later represents the devil and looks to be much older than she really is. But again, Miss White is a handler. She obviously knew Zay was about to be killed, and she didn't care that Cam succeeded, meaning she's not really Zay's wife. But as I mentioned earlier, the whole scene is symbolic for something else. That was just Cam's method of coping. Which another aspect of this whole thing is their last name is literally White. That's not by accident, and Cam being mixed isn't either. The film is hinting that by joining these secret societies, the black elite are symbolically becoming white, absorbed into the same power structure that once oppressed them. That's why he's Isaiah White, the chosen one, the savior of the saviors. It's like racial alchemy, turning black excellence into a tool for the same system, polishing it up so it serves the same masters. And Cam, being mixed, represents that in-between phase, the hybrid, the recruit being remade in the image of his handler. No, me personally, I think the movie's actually a jab at these secret societies. It's not glorifying them, it's exposing them. At the end, when Cam refuses to sign the contract and turns on everyone, he's breaking the cycle. The ritual fails. That means the initiation didn't work. The blood, the grooming, the mind control, all of it was for nothing. He rejects it. So in a way, the movie is showing you Cam defeat the system. His name is Cam, meaning it's an inside look to the inner workings of the system. Almost like the movie's trying to expose it, which is a possible reason why it's getting all these bad reviews. There are a bunch of other references kind of thrown in. There's the 7, there are 7 days, Cam's number is 7, hinting that he's on a spiritual journey and transformation. Then there are the 8 rings. Saturn is the ruler of the number 8, so this is showing astrological knowledge. 8 is also a symbol for infinity, or a cycle, a loop. The owners want the 8 to never end, so they feed the 7 through the tunnel again and again. There are multiple name allegories, like the white thing, but also Malik. Malik means king. Marco did say it takes blood to grow a king. Also, Isaiah is a Bible prophet, tied to sacrifice and false worship. So there's that. And the last thing I'll say, which is pretty obvious, is the commentary on sports being a religion. I've been talking about this for years. I even made a video called Sports Are Fake years ago that a lot of people liked, where I broke down how the whole thing's rigged and how they probably have tech we don't know about that controls the outcome. Even now, the sports betting stuff is getting out of control and it's being exposed that the betting systems are manipulated. So I think this movie's kind of an amalgamation of that. People are starting to see sports for what it really is, a religion. Sports fans are worshippers, and the movie shows that in a way that's impossible to ignore. And interestingly, I kind of grew up the same way. I was extremely athletic, my dad had me playing football, and even though he wasn't grooming me or anything, he was kind of pessimistic, like always saying, oh, the odds of going pro were less than 0.02%. But still, it was worship. And it's funny, because our team was the New Orleans Saints. Literally, the Saints. It's the same thing as the Saviors in the movie. It's a weekly ritual. the weekend is their church gathering. So yeah, it's interesting to see all that laid out in a movie now, especially mixed in with these deeper conspiracy themes, because it feels like this is a part of a bigger collective awakening. Like the mask is coming off. We're starting to see what these rituals have really been about all along. It's showing you that the game itself is built on ritual, control, and elite influence. I mean, remember the Yale thing? Let's not forget, Yale is notorious for secret societies. That would mean nothing about football was ever as pure or all American as they make it seem. But yeah, those are my thoughts. What did you guys think of the movie? Let me know your thoughts in the comments, and all we can hope is that our minds may be unveiled.
Let go of everything you think to be true. Relax the mind and ask the question, do I truly understand what this reality is? Do I truly understand?
Hey guys, today I wanted to talk about this very strange story. It involves this one creature that opens a rock door into a countryside in the earth. This comes from the jungle strip between Honduras and Nicaragua. The story is interesting because it's about a hunter who mysterious it was in town he was for days. It was a secret. It was called that was the end. This story follows the story is featured in 1932 American Belgium. About a century ago, he lived with the mosquito in Mayagna and wrote down what hunters told him. But in this report, a potential secret was revealed behind the myth. The Mayagna peoples live in what's called the Mosquito Coast region, and they have many interesting myths. But in one, they have an entity referred to as Walry Dolan, and this being is said to be the owner or keeper of all the peccaries in the land. Specifically, there is a legendary breed of peccary called the Walry. This Walry dog is said only to be known by the elders or former Mayagnas. It sees entity on occasion encounter surrounded by a drove of very large and aggressive wild. So these are actually large niggling creatures and non-violent peccaries. Other creatures however, the census myth is based on real events. According to Concevius, a Mayagna peccaries. However, as he was hunting, he mysteriously ran into a drove of large white hair not the kind he was after. These were much more rare, and he had never seen them with his own eyes. He thought they were just men, but he had heard of them because the elders had said they existed. And so he decided he would be the first. They are also described as being very large and having tusks. So he stayed close, bow up, ready to shoot. The whole herd ran off. He trailed them, found them again under a hog plum tree. With the fruit hitting the ground, he went to shoot, and they scattered a second time. This played out multiple times until he watched the animals slip into a cave. He followed, and as he went through the dark, he could hear them and smell them, but he couldn't see them. They had just disappeared. That's when he came to a wall of rock which blocked him from going any further. Somehow or another, the man knew what to do. And this is kind of weird, but he made a small cut under his tongue. Then, with the blood, he marks a cross or X symbol on the rock. So essentially, he performs a ritual, and this opens the rock door. And so he continues on, gets met with another wall, marks that rock door in the same way, and passes through that again. And does this several times until finally he was able to see light ahead of him. And as he followed this tunnel out into the light, he stepped into a strange country. This strange land has all sorts of peccaries everywhere, and even the big white kind, called Sayokaya. Every house he could see was getting one ready as a meal, which made it look like a usual food, not a prize. It seems like this was some inner earth city that had farming, and by the account, it sounds like there were many people living here. The people were not happy to see him. He explained how he had arrived and that he wanted meat for his wife and children. They told him that they were the owners of all peccaries, and that sometimes they would send out herds to the Mayagna people so they would have something to eat. The Bible was his entire life peccary. They would have to speak obedience. He agreed. They told him close his eyes, like the blind man, and after a while he felt that no one was getting him. He opened his eyes and found himself a few steps from his house. When he came in, his wife asked where he had been, but he just said that he got lost. She knew that he was holding something back because a white peccary doesn't just come from an ordinary hunt. Word then spread. Honesty. Talks about entering through water, which on some occasions would open into the city but they would only appear after fasting for 7 days. Interestingly, in the story, it describes someone from the tribe staying behind, and when he came back, the door they entered through was now only solid rock. Many similarities between those stories, and I talked about Honesty in the Brevard video if you haven't seen that, but there are a few more interesting details from this report that really stand out. For one, the Mosquito and Mayagna both believed they were keeping who controlled the birds. It's an interesting detail because it's almost like these are not just nature spirits, but an actual system. It sounds like these people were some kind of underground management of wildlife or the ecosystem. It even discusses some of their afterlife beliefs. Heaven wasn't in the sky, it was under the earth, toward the east, a paradise where the trees never stopped fruiting and animals never ran out. To get there, souls had to cross these surreal obstacles: a bridge as thin as hair, boiling rivers guarded by toads and lizards, and even a worm that devoured unfeeling. I thought this was crazy, but the woman was described as a huge woman with many breasts, nursing the dead before sending them back to the surface, sealed inside a hollow bamboo stalk that washes up on the shore. I mean, that does sound like some ancient cloning and Cabbage Patch stuff there. Interestingly, there's a section on thunderstones, and this is where Conzemius' writing almost starts to sound like lost technology. They believe they literally fell from the sky during storms, sank about 7 feet into the soil, and then slowly worked their way up back to the surface over 7 years. When they reappeared, it meant the spirit of the storm had completed a cycle. And then they would hang these thunderstones that were called celts. I find that interesting. And they would hang these above the doorway to keep lightning from striking the house, or they would trap them in water to purify the. Even the local shamans used them too, holding them during healing rituals and even as charms for protection against witchcraft. But what really makes you think is, what's with the 7? 7 years underground before it rises again? It almost sounds like a programmed cycle. And it's not just this region with the thunderstones. You see the same belief across Europe and Asia. Neolithic Celts and stone axes treated as sky gifts, thunderbolts, fallen weapons of gods. But here it's tied directly to ritual, to healing, to water. But this report's pretty crazy. Xenia starts listing all these other things swirling around here, specifically discussing cryptids, but this is in 1932. They talk about little people or forest drawers called Almok Serpi. They were the size of children and said to be totally harmless, but running into one supposedly brings good luck. Which is again another connection to the Cherokee little people, like the Nune. You find this to be common with other myths, tying little people to rocks or vanishing behind rock walls. Missing 411 brings this up a lot. What if these little people are tied to some mythical race of humans that have either supernatural abilities or perhaps even advanced technology? As even in the story, it's clear they were breeding the animals. Another legend he brings up is similar to the Wandering Jew, a spirit who roams forever with his hand stuck inside a cooking pot. He's constantly beating it against a tree trying to break free, and it makes a thunder-like sound across the valley. Consemius mentions a cyclops-like creature with the head of a dog, a single eye, and a mouth at the navel. Sounds kind of like a demon. They had water nymphs called Kiowa, part woman, part fish, who lures men to the edge, smiles, and then shoves them under. The report also mentions a Bigfoot, a keelless ape, standing and about 5 feet tall, covered in black hair. The locals call it Uluk, and the Ladinos call it Sisamite. Supposedly it was feared because they would kidnap women off into the bush. Consemius notes people still claim to see it near the Guaruncha Mountains, which, keep in mind, were practically uncharted in his day. There are a few others listed, like a water tiger, which almost sounds like a large otter-like creature. Then there's this gigantic boa with horns. He even talks about Dogman here. But something I find intriguing is he talks about a certain type of witchcraft that people were addicted to. They would transform themselves into owls or lechuzas. So they would turn into owls at night and steal children. Interestingly, this inner Earth city myth isn't just Central American or Cherokee either. The same story shows up everywhere. Keep in mind, this doesn't have to mean hollow Earth. We aren't really discussing models. We're discussing the idea of inner Earth civilizations, which can exist independent of that. We see this in other stories, like in England. These small kids supposedly came up out of the pit of the Earth in the 12th century. Their skin was green colored, speaking nobody knew. When they finally were able to talk, they said they came from a place beneath the ground where the sun never shone. And I hope we talk about something similar too. The ant people, who lived underground and sheltered humanity during the cataclysms. They were said to emerge only through the seppuku, a small hole or passage connecting the worlds. And this whole region keeps repeating the same blueprint. Caves as gateways, people emerging from inside the earth. The Mexica, the ancestors of the Aztecs, said their origin was a place called Chicomostoc, literally the place of the 7 caves. Each cave was a doorway for a tribe, 7 lines of humanity crawling up from below, after some earlier age ended. A world beneath this one, organized, populated, ruled, and they carried the memory of that place wherever they migrated, as if civilization itself began underground or had to survive there during a reset. The Tagua Caves in Honduras is known as the Caves of the Glowing Skulls. Skulls that supposedly glow due to centuries of calcite layers. Apparently, the remains belonged to a culture before the Mayans that is still unknown. They had ceramics and too-thin marble vessels found at the site did not match any known non-Mayan cultures inhabiting the area. In this same region, there's a legend of the White City, or La Ciudad Blanca, a lost city somewhere in the Mosquito Mountains, supposedly made of white stone, hidden by the jungle. These accounts go back to Hernan Cortes, where there were reports of a region with towns and villages of extreme wealth in Honduras, but supposedly they never located them. Now, the Maya had a name for the world below, Xibalba, but they didn't treat it like a dream or a metaphor. It was mapped out like a real place. They said it had houses, courts, roads, and gates guarded by different lords. Xibalba was said to be entered through caves, through rivers that ran underground, and once inside, travelers would pass through the House of Darkness, the House of Cold, the House of Blades, and the House of Jaguars. Each one was its own structure, built and organized. The lords who ruled there sat in council chambers with thrones, stairways, and courtyards. All the same elements you'd find in circus cities, just mirrored below. So is there any truth to these mysterious people living underground, farming white peccaries? Well, there are white-lipped peccaries native in this area. They do really travel in groups and have strange migration patterns. As they move through the forest, they'll vanish and then reappear hundreds of miles away. But let me know what you think in the comments. Also, please share any interesting or unusual stories or historical events if you want me to cover it. Thanks for watching, guys, and all we can hope is that our minds may be unveiled.
Let go of everything you think to be true. Relax the mind and ask the question, do I truly understand what this reality is?
randomly watched Spy Kids again. Don't ask me why, it just came up on Hulu. And I hadn't seen it since I was a kid, and I forgot how weird this movie is. Like, when I was a kid, I remember loving this movie so much, but I wasn't paying attention to any of the details. I think most people just remember the animated dumb people, and that's what kind of burns into their minds. However, there are some very unsettling things about this movie that I wanted to briefly cover as it seems to be revealing some secret truths about our world. Now, there are three movies, but the second and third are kind of just cash grabs to continue the franchise after the first movie. But I feel like the first movie is the most insane out of all of them. Don't get me wrong, there are some things to mention about the other movies, but they just don't give me the creeps like the original film. I mean, really think what this movie is about. You have secret government programs with advanced tech, a guy who's mind controlling the youth through his demonic TV show. You have memory wiping, genetic experiments, AI clones, fake virtual worlds, and strangely, human trafficking. And mind you, this is a film made for children. Well, the film starts out where the mother of two children is telling them a bedtime story about two spy lovers who eventually quit the secret government spy life, fell in love, and had children. We are then shown that this story was actually a true story, and the parents are still very much spies and have advanced tech secretly hidden in their house. They're now trying to live normal lives, but can't escape the spy life fully. Now, I know most of you guys are going to say that I'm overthinking this, but let's see what you think by the end of the video. The one thing I couldn't notice is that within the first 2 minutes of the film, there are like 3 pentagrams in this kid's room. Anyone who knows about set design the kid's room. The mother, as she tells her story, is wearing a shirt with a flower pentagram. Again, the pentagram is facing down. 3 pentagrams facing down is no accident if you ask me. But forgetting that, the movie continues and we find out that another government agent named Donegan has gone missing. So they're taking the kids to school, and this is when the movie begins to get creepy. Junie's watching this show in the car called Floop's Fooglies, and it has major MK Ultra vibes, or it's basically brain rot children content with psychedelic trance-like visuals and these bizarre, distorted, messed up characters that would give most children nightmares. The dad's like, Junie, why do you watch that crap? And he's like, oh, because it's cool. His dad's like, that's all you do, what's wrong with you? And the kid does seem slightly autistic from it, and starts mocking his sister. The dad is really concerned about this stuff, and calls the creatures hideous when looking at one of Junie's drawings of the creatures. Well, we get some foreshadowing as the dad is watching the show. There's a new character introduced named Dynamite. The dad is starting to get a little suspicious of this whole thing, so much so that he almost runs over this old lady. This scene is kind of weird too. As he drops off the kids, there's another bully dad that he fantasizes throwing through a window or something. The next scene we're shown Floop's hideout, which is a castle on top of a rock formation shaped like and there's a demonstration being held by Mr. Lisp, which seems to be a businessman discussing how they create redesigns and lead to inventors to come up with their technologies. So someone is funding this whole operation. Mr. Floop is one of these investments. Mr. Lisp and his business associates are questioning Mr. Floop's weird inventions. It says they wanted an army, but instead their first $1 billion got them these weird creatures which he calls mutated secret agents. It's revealed that Mr. Floop had these agents mutated and brain-wiped so that their minds turned to mush, which is literally what MK Ultra set out to do, so that they could be programmed for an entirely new function. Interestingly, while this is all happening, the window is made of puzzle pieces, and there are a few colored pieces that you can't see through. Are these referencing missing pieces to the puzzle? Floop says he has little use for these mutated agents other than using them as novelties on his children's show, currently rated number 2 in the world or the United States. Not really clear. But wait, So he's saying that he literally mutated humans, wiped their memory, and then used them as means for entertainment for children around the world? I mean, what? Then Mr. Lisp even says, what the devil? So even the movie makes reference to this whole thing being demonic. But he's curious what the fingermen are for. Well, the Thumb Thumbs are apparently his robotic slaves that do his bidding. Now this is where the main premise emerges. Mr. Floop tells him, don't worry, let me show you an amazing power. And everyone's scared to see what it is. Well, it's just a child. But not just any child. This is Mr. Lisp's child, Johnny. Johnny but instead of hugging his dad, he has super strength and throws his dad on the floor. This child that was turned into his name is virtual room, which displays a realistic virtual simulation of reality without entering fake reality. But they quickly fall through reason. Work Loop agrees, yes, we all have our reasons. We find out that there was someone else on that research team. Well, it was Mr. Cortez, but apparently he knows how to build this AI. And, as a way to bribe him, Loop shows him that they have captured villains. In this weird manner, he slopes his screen in a creature. The screen is the aliens. So we have literally something like that payload. Mutated this creature. I think this will also be a great addition to his children's show. Now it's Golden Rush. Just to make this clear, it was the says this, there's blatant Saturn symbolism. So I'm not going to completely break down, but if you know, you know. And we also have the eyes everywhere. This is no joke, it's right in our faces. He continues saying, all be free, free, you can all be free, as bird on a big TV. And you ready? Meaning it's he continues singing about how the world is nasty. Standing in some of a circus setting, which is interesting considering the cloud-like nature of demonic beings dancing in a panty-like route. And then as he is singing, they already tricked out. So let's be fake reality. So they are being secretly being reference. But yeah, this is Titus assumes out from the set. We're in the monitor. The scientist tells Luke that he's too worried about the TV show. His main focus should be creating this army of robot children. Remember, the real Spy Kids. They know that Carmen and Junie have escaped, but Luke is surprised to find out that the third brain actually does exist. The scientists suggest that they send 2 robots after them, which we find out are actually their clones. The next shot is of a city called San Diablo, some more devil symbolism. At this point you have to agree, it's not just coincidence. I mean, that's not even a real city, so obviously it was chosen on purpose. We see a bunch of children playing in a park. Carmen is trying to find the coordinates when the movie makes a reference to one of Robert Rodriguez's other films named Machete with Danny Trejo, which is not a kid's movie at all. It's about a paid assassin. But apparently, he's making an appearance in this movie too. Not sure why they would make that reference in a kid's movie, but okay. Junie's trying to destroy the brain, which is the right thing to do, but Carmen won't let him because she wants to get their parents back. Carmen goes to get some water when both clones show up to steal the brain. The clones take it and then fly away back to Floop's castle. But one of the dog tags from Carmen's clone was taken by Junie, and the real Carmen is reading it. And again, we find out that those were the real Spy Kids. And apparently there are 500 Spy Kid clones. Remember, the movie's playing this like they're just robots, but they are lifelike clones. So realistic that even Carmen didn't realize that it wasn't her brother. The next shot, Cortez is explaining to the mother what this secret program was all about. He says they had it working, a synthetic intelligence as smart as any spy. And we get a flashback of Gregorio working in this secret lab. And there are more than 3 brains apparently. There's even a 5th brain. The director then realized that this technology was far too powerful, and that if the wrong forces found this technology, it would be a terrible situation. So they were ordered to destroy everything. But interestingly, Cortez for some reason decided not to destroy the brain. So this is basically all his fault. The kids then go to Machete's spy shop, where Danny comes into the movie, which is actually their uncle. The next shot, Floop is in distress, and we see a line of children who are clones of very important politicians' children, like the president, prime minister, etc. This is where things don't really make that much sense. All of a sudden, Floop doesn't want to be a part of this whole creating an army of children thing anymore, and really only cares about his show. But the movie tries to portray this as if he has a change of heart or something, like he's a good guy, which is dumb. I mean, you literally have a messed up show with slave mutants brainwashing children with subliminal messaging. But okay, he doesn't want to create the arm anymore, I guess. He says his show isn't working because all these ideas belong to the mad scientist, not him. But I guess he still wants to work on the show? It doesn't make that much sense. But now the mad scientist minion gets the brain from clone Carmen and Junie and decides he doesn't need Floop anymore, so he locks him up. The kids are still in Machete's spy shop, and this is the guy making all the inventions for agents. But he sells them to both sides, not just the good guys, and he has a photo with Floop, strangely so. He's involved with this whole thing. Well, Machete doesn't want to help save his brother, and even makes a Cain and Abel reference, so is he Cain? They stack up on spy gear and make their way to Floop's castle and Machete's flying machine. Back at the castle, the scientist minion is creating a replica of the third brain. We see a conveyor belt of these brains being created in mass. And after Carmen and Junie sneak into the castle, we get another shot of the brains being placed into the clones' heads, and we see a shot with a long line of cloned children on a conveyor belt. I mean, this is really creepy. Carmen and Junie sneak in through some underground tunnels after getting past a dum-dum. They make it into one of the main halls, and after placing some small cameras, the Fooglies come in chained together. And Junie uses one of his spy gear to scan the Foogly to see that it's actually a secret agent. Then the next shot is these cloned children being directed down this really creepy hallway with strange art, and they are marching in single file. I barely noticed this, but as Carmen and Junie are witnessing this, there's a sculpture of a hand with an eye. And this is not just overlooking it. This is a legit secret society symbol for both the Freemasons and Oddfellows. And they just so happen to put this sculpture in the shot while these children are marching. Super sus. So Carmen and Junie pretend to be clone children to get to another part of the castle. But the clones turn around and stare at them with this really creepy look, as they know they aren't the same. They start screaming intruder, and Carmen and Junie dip. Well, Carmen falls down to the floor and Junie makes his way to the virtual room. He gets put into this false reality, and Floop starts talking to him as if he was a god. I didn't mention earlier, but there is this detail at the beginning of the film that Junie gets warts. And at first it seems just like a silly, nasty children joke or something. But here in the virtual room, Floop is saying that he gets warts because he sweats all the time and that he's scared, which seems really weird to bring up. Floop is now trying to play it off as he's the good guy, and that he didn't want anything bad to happen, which is Cap for sure. Well, the next shot, the Cortez parents are tied up in a lab, about to be experimented on, and we find out that Minion, the scientist at Floop's castle, was actually a part of the OSS, working on the secret brain project. So there you go, this whole operation was done by someone who worked for the government. Apparently he was kicked out, but still, there's no denying the link. But now he's trying to get revenge by turning them into Fooglies. So yeah, he mutates them. Back with Carmen, she falls into a thumb-thumb room. We get to see how the thumb-thumbs are made, which is cool, but it doesn't make too much sense. Like, if you're going to invest in making robots, why do you need to make them thumbs? If it's for the show, okay, sure, it's weird. It gets people's attention. But Floop said he didn't want any part of this, yet he greenlit this operation to create all these robots. Now Mr. Lisp is on his way to see this army, and the agent from earlier who burned herself is now here, and this is basically the entire OSS crew, who started their own evil operation. So this is basically the OSS's fault, as they started this project in the first place. Floop is trying to convince Junie that he's the good guy, and Minion is the evil one, while he's kind of praised in the clouds like a god. Okay, but now Floop is a good guy, and he wants to put a stop to all of this, and he just hopes that the world can forgive him. But after Junie says, okay, I'm gonna help you, Floop, he's like, but hold up, what do you think my show needs? So he's still obsessed with having a show for children. They leave the virtual room, and Floop is determined to help now. They make their way to the dungeon, but Junie meets his Foogly that he drew, which is his dad who was mutated into one of these monsters. They free the mom, and Floop says that he might be able to change his dad back because now he's a good guy, and had nothing to do with turning the Fooglies earlier, which is BS because he sculpted them. They were his creations. Mr. Lisp shows up ready to see what they've been working on, but before Minion can do that, Floop announces that there are issues with the robots. So Minion leaves to go see what's going on. Well, Minion finds out that the Cortez family is all there. So what do? Do they handcuff him and arrest him until the authorities arrive? Nope. They put on the brain cap, and then the father sculpts some hideous creature with multiple faces, and then they mutate him. I mean, I get that he deserves it, but it's just like, what the heck? This seems evil. They then leaves the lab, and Floop is saying that we have to hurry up and get to the control room before the army leaves. That they have to hope that the clones haven't been programmed with their mission. So the clone children are literal sleeping agents that were programmed to do something horrible. That's all we can assume. But obviously something with world domination. But still, it's like an army of brainwashed children assassins. They make it to the control room, and Floop calls the clones doppelgangers. And now, Floop has to reprogram all the clone children to be good instead of bad. Minion heads back to meet up with Mr. Lisp after being mutated, and he seems perfectly fine with the situation. Now the kids have to face their clones. This is when she mentions the shiitake mushrooms. But as she says this, there is this very strange painting that's hardly visible, but it is super creepy. The parents then show up at the meeting room, and Mr. Cortez knows Mr. Lisp somehow. And again, Mr. Lisp then says that he would love to see a demonstration of those lovely demonic children of yours. All the robots come marching in, and the family's gonna have to fight when Danny decides to come crashing in through the window. Then Lisp gives the clones the order to tear the family limb from limb. But then Floop saves the day by reprogramming them to have some fun. So yay, happy ending. And Floop is telling Junie it's all because of him. Now all of Junie's words are gone, and during this shot, the TV's playing the news, and it's saying that in multiple countries, there are groups of children performing outstanding acts of charity. Which is weird, so the clones are like superheroes now? And what happens to Floop? Well, he still has his show, Floop Spooglies, but Minion is a Spoogly now. And there are also two new characters. Carmen and Junie's clones become characters on the show. Not sure if that's good or bad, as their eyes start glowing, which is extremely creepy for a child show. So then the movie ends with the OSS director, Devlin, getting Carmen and Junie to accept a mission. So wait, the government is actually going to use these kids on a mission? Alright, that's the movie. Now we know. They're the children of secret agents who are being exploited by the government to complete missions. The real Spy Kids is only revealed in the first movie. The artificial cloned children beings who are being trafficked are the real Spy Kids. They have been mentally programmed first for evil, and then good by an evil scientist and artist who create mutated creatures for their bizarre children's show for mind-controlling children around the world. This entire operation was funded by a large billion-dollar corporation that is looking to create an army of clones for their own evil intentions. And this all started from a secret government program that was looking into creating an artificial intelligence that was capable of being a compendium of spy knowledge. The movie's filled with symbolism and secret references that really makes us question if the writer knows something that the general population is not privy to. A bunch of other films with adult content. I'm not saying that he shouldn't be able to make kids films, but I'm just saying that he was making some extremely graphic films. To go from that and Spy Kids, it's just something to know. I'm not gonna break down the second and third movie, but the second one is basically Dr. Moreau. The government knows about this secret lab where they're creating hybrid animals. The third movie is about a virtual game that keeps children trapped inside by an evil programmer. They aren't as good as the first one, but still, some interesting subjects are covered. Just nothing as blatant as the first one. There's also the Netflix show, which is really bad, but it covers a lot of these topics, some even more blatantly than the movies. But yeah, none of it's like the first movie, so I'll just keep it at that. I just wanted to talk about the movie as there are some reviews of it, but I haven't seen a video breaking down how weird it really is and all the occult symbolism in the movie. Let us know if we missed anything, or if there's another movie breakdown that you want to see. Thanks for watching, tell a friend about us, and all we can hope is that our minds may be unveiled.
Let go of everything you think to be true. Relax the mind and ask the question. Do I truly understand?
Hey, everybody. I'm sure you guys have been seeing what's going on lately with Johnny Depp, and I'm not gonna really talk about the case or anything, but I mean, come on, it's really weird and entertaining to see this unfold, but we always gotta think what's going on in the background with these types of events. This got me looking into Johnny's past work, and I watched this video that lays out all the roles that he's been in. I'll leave it in the description, but it was really crazy to see how many characters he's played throughout the years, even movies like Tusk that I had no idea that he was even in. Today, I wanted to talk about a story that we all know and love, and that's Willy Wonka and his very strange chocolate factory. What if this movie isn't so funny and sweet after all, and this famous worldwide story was pushed because there is a dark, twisted secret behind the entire experience? I'm going to approach this subject differently using alternative history and the occult to help decipher the alternative meaning and what's going on behind these stories. Before we break that down, let's go back to Johnny Depp, or Johnny Depp. Does he owe a specific debt to someone? Ninth Gate? If one were to study his work, they would completely see why Tim Burton knew that Johnny would be the best role for this film. Heck, even the writer Roald Dahl's wife thought Johnny was the perfect actor for Wonka. Tim Burton is deeply connected with all of this, and we have to look at his movies that he made and the ones with Depp in order to understand the bigger picture at what these Hollywood fat cats are trying to tell you. We really grew up thinking that this story is just about some golden tickets and these kids touring some amazing and bizarre chocolate factory. Many of Tim Burton's films are obsessive over death, and all of his films have a similar macabre style. It's understandable that these topics would be explored within creative entertainment, but at some point, if we start to categorize this stuff, we can see that there are many similar themes and there's a bigger picture among these movies. Beetlejuice is a story about an evil demon that possesses a home. And they never really say this as it's supposed to be a light-hearted horror comedy involving a recently deceased couple, implying that they're a ghost. Yet, in the early drafts, it's revealed that Beetlejuice was supposed to be a winged demon. How do you think he got all his powers? If this is true, then could it be that this is some type of occult play in which the normalization of occult forces was being projected on the masses, leading to subconscious demonic possession in homes around the world? Too much, right? Well, I don't know. Let's see what you think by the end of this video. It's obvious to anyone that's seen Burton's work that he has a strong relationship with the occult. For example, think about the movie Nine and its relationship to alchemy, homunculi, artificial man, Kabbalah, all of which are outside the scope of this video. Now, just because something contains occult topics doesn't inherently make it evil, but we have to remember that many of these famous Hollywood producers use magic within their films for specific mental subconscious programming, whether that is to embed their own viewpoint of the world on the film or to use symbols in order to harness energy that then in turn gives these movies power. I mean, bro, what kind of film is Edward Scissorhands? It's a story about an artificial human who was made in a Tartarian-looking castle factory with all these weird machines and gadgets. Some weird metaphor for a man-made human that destroys everything it touches and has little to no understanding of the world in which he was brought in. A pitiful tale in which there are no real winners. This is very synchronistic for Depp's future films, as, let's keep in mind, he supposedly just got casted for Beetlejuice 2. If you want my opinion, I doubt Tim Burton is coming up with all this on his own. I mean, he may be the creative mind behind the vision of how they manifest, but in terms of the writing and the similarities between all of these films, you start to really wonder if there's something else going on, some overarching narrative. For those who may think this is just a case of coincidence, explain how or why is it that his first film in 1979, while he was supposedly in school, was a short animated film called Stalk of the Celery Monster, which is again a childish and comical approach to talking about some pretty horrible content. This short story is about a scientist who is doing genetic experiments, has some woman strapped to a table. She screams for the scientist to stop, breaking his glasses, that the scientist holds onto her mouth as a big pig-like monster comes into the room, yells at the girl, scaring her into silence. Then the scientist says, "Are we ready to begin?" as he starts injecting the patient, then, laughing maniacally, says, "I've done it." Then come to find out that this guy is Dr. Maxwell Payne, a family dentist, and he's doing this to unsuspecting victims behind the front of dental health. Basically a hijack. A dentist? This wouldn't be connected to anything else, would it? To me, something else is up with Tim Burton. He most likely was groomed and sent to school, and that because of his dark interest was picked up by Hollywood elites. I mean, this is really weird for his first short film. What's the meaning? He was 20 and making stories about torturing other humans secretly? Perhaps. But let's continue with depth, as we can't look at all of Tim Burton's films, but we must keep that in mind. Johnny's first major film was A Nightmare on Elm Street, which is about a supernatural demon that murders people in their dreams. And what is the glove made of? Razors. This stuff is no accident. Quote, in Celtic mythology, elm trees were associated with the underworld. They had a special affinity with elves who guarded the burial mounds, their dead, and the associated passage into the underworld. This video isn't really a Johnny Depp movie breakdown, but I just wanted to make some connections before we get to the chocolate factory. There's another theme of many Hollywood actors being pushed into inverted gender roles. As many of you know, almost a way to show how controlled these actors are and what they can push them to do. All of these films by Tim Burton, and many Depp films, promote secretly very satanic themes. And that's not to say that the occult is satanic, but the symbolism they are promoting is surrounding death, but most disturbingly, vampirism. Now let's just start there, because if it's true that Tim Burton is some type of dark occultist, then we need to start asking questions, because he uses many of the same actors, including his wife, which many say are connected with the Rothschilds suspiciously. I can only say so much, but much of this has to do with Hollywood's fascination with
What is this shit? What is this? You're like ginger beer, a tree. Where'd you get that? Never mind, it's something. I'm trying one circle with this time. See, that's right. I think it's one of the suicide. Maybe I can already feel the first wave of the combination of hospital. Maybe I should take a smoke.
Now, can we really conclude that these actors are all Satanists? It's speculative,
But if you start to watch all of Tim Burton's films, there's really no question that he's dead set on portraying exclusively disturbing scenarios, many of which are well loved for their whimsical and surreal nature. Even Alice in Wonderland, Follow the White Rabbit. These people speak in symbols. Look at the cover. White rabbit with a pink eye, the red roses, time is running out. Interestingly, you can see this bunny programming symbolism all over Hollywood. The white rabbit figure is the figure that leads us to visit otherwise inaccessible places or adventures. They are guides that shepherd us down the rabbit hole. To some, it's a symbol of curiosity and intrigue, but to others, it's a symbol of mind control. This symbol brings to mind the whole Hugh Hefner CIA-backed MK Ultra factory thing. Don't think that the CIA is connected to all of this? Well, check out Lookout Mountain Laboratory, which was originally a U.S. Air Defense Department center, but was turned into a massive Hollywood studio. Supposedly, Lookout Mountain Laboratory was developing secret weapons during the Cold War. The existence of this facility wasn't acknowledged until the early 90s, even though it had preceded some 19,000 government propaganda films. Host to the likes of John Ford, Jimmy Stewart, Howard Hawks, Ronald Reagan, Bing Crosby, Walt Disney, and Marilyn Monroe. It's said that they were working there with top secret clearances on MK Ultra, or undisclosed projects. Hollywood civilian studio staff from Warner Brothers, Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, and RKO also worked alongside its military staff as producers, cameramen, and directors. So, with all that said, we're probably going to see Willy Wonka with completely new eyes.
Now that I've laid out all the different coincidences, you can presume that something else is going on with this whole Willy Wonka movie. The film is based on Roald Dahl's book, but even in the original, there are some clues that hint that something else is going on behind the scenes. So let's break this down. First, we have to understand who Roald Dahl was, the stories he made, and some of the disturbing details behind the stories that are glossed over because of their childish and funny bits. However, we must look at these stories as adults with new eyes. Roald Dahl is one of the biggest children's storytellers of the 20th century. Let's also keep in mind that he served as a wing commander during World War II. He had already worked for the state and government in the past, and once we break down his writings, we can see that this was a means to send out propaganda during this time. He's the writer behind James and the Giant Peach, Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, Fantastic Mr. Fox, The Big Friendly Giant, The Witches, and Matilda. Before we go on to dissecting Willy Wonka, let's just briefly point out what's so weird about these stories, especially since they're supposed to be directed towards children. Believe it or not, James and the Giant Peach has been frequently banned for its drug and alcoholic references. Not only that, but James' parents get eaten by an escaped zoo rhinoceros, which is just grim. Fantastic Mr. Fox is about a clever anthropomorphized fox named Mr. Fox who steals food from farmers using underground tunnels. He invites all the animals to live underground while the farmers wait on the outside, waiting for Mr. Fox to show up. Big Friendly Giant makes it clear that Dahl is not afraid to go into subjects of cannibalism within his stories, as when Sophie is kidnapped and taken to Giant Country, she finds out that, you wouldn't believe it, kids are on the menu. Promised Neverland much?
Doesn't what human beings ever unite?
Quote, We's having an interesting babblement about the taste of the human being. The human being is not a vegetable, one giant says. Even though the plot of the book involves ridding the world of people eating giants, the BFG frequently lands on banned lists for its depiction of cannibalism. It also shows that Dahl is aware of these fringe subjects such as giants, orphans, magic, ESP, and he even gets into genetic manipulation and hybrids. George's Marvelous Medicine gets into that, which bizarrely was another book that was banned because people literally started trying to make the recipes themselves. And listen to this is super weird. The Witches, which is another book by Roald Dahl, is a British children's dark fantasy novel about a secret society of child-hating witches who live in every country. The witches are ruled by the extremely vicious and powerful Grand High Witch, who arrives in England to organize her plan to turn all of the children in England into mice. This gets back into altars. These are all symbols. They literally are telling you, why would you write a story like this when there are actual historical societies that committed similar horrendous acts? The witches in the story specifically want to kill children or control them, hence the symbol of mice. Interestingly, we have another reference of witches transforming humans into animals. This right here will make it so clear why I'm going over Roald Dahl's older works first before breaking down the Willy Wonka movie. So, in this story about witches, written by Roald Dahl, quote, "The Grand High Witch unveils her master plan. All of England's witches are to purchase sweet shops with counterfeited money printed by her from a magical money-making machine, and give away free sweets and chocolates laced with a drop of her latest creation, Formula 86 Delayed Action Mouse Maker, a magic potion which turns the consumer into a mouse at a specified time set by the potion maker. The intent is for the children's teachers and parents to unwittingly kill the transformed children, thus doing the witches' dirty work for them so that nobody will ever find the witches because they are unaware that it was their doing." End quote. Wait, what? This guy's the same person who wrote Charlie and the Chocolate Factory? Magical money-making machine? Well, wait, does this explain how Willy Wonka became rich and who he truly is associated with? But it gets better. To demonstrate the formula's effectiveness, the Grand High Witch brings in a child named Bruno Jenkins, a rich and often greedy boy lured to the convention hall with the promise of free chocolate. She reveals that she had tricked Bruno into eating a chocolate bar laced with the formula the day before, and had set the alarm to go off during the meeting. The potion takes effect, transforming Bruno into a mouse before the assembled witches. So, this chocolate is the means in which they transformed kids, in which these witches were knowingly poisoning children through, that's right, candy.
Finally, the last well-known story I want to touch on is Matilda. It's a pretty good movie, but one thing that I wanted to bring up that I always thought was really strange is how the teacher had these crazy torture machines, things that one would see in medieval stories, and overall just really weird and degrading punishments. Like this one kid who had to eat a cake that contained the blood and sweat of the lunch lady. Trunchbull, the large principal who hates children, is a horrifying, though comical, reflection of the compulsory school industry. The most damning theme in this movie, though, is the fact that Matilda's psychic abilities are built up from the massive emotional neglect and damage that she suffers at the hands of her parents and principal. It's very similar to the experiments done in asylums, isolation, verbal abuse, the list goes on. A real-life example would be the Montauk Project, the events of which inspired the show Stranger Things. The whole premise of Charlie and the Chocolate Factory is that Willy Wonka, the eccentric owner of the greatest and biggest chocolate factory in the world, has randomly decided to open the doors of his factory so that 5 lucky children who found golden tickets can come and see.
First, let's notice that this factory in both movies, it's basically a giant Tartarian structure. In the 2005 one, it's way more surreal and resembles a power plant, but still, it's basically an entire city factory with underground chambers and all. So, how did Willy Wonka get so rich? I mean, in the Witch's book, they do talk about a magical money printing machine, but they never explain that in Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. I mean, Wonka's dad was just a dentist. The story says he started in a small shop on Cherry Street. Then, after making the most amazing candy, he soon became a billionaire, and with all that money, he built a chocolate factory. Okay, see, I don't really buy all that because how do you become a billionaire and just discover the world's best candy with little to no prior experience with candy, as we see that young Willy Wonka was prohibited from sugary sweets? But forgetting all that, Charlie's grandpa worked for Willy Wonka, and so he tells Charlie that Willy Wonka closed down the factory because spies started to steal his recipes. Then he shuts down the factory for a while, and no one hears from him for a long time. Charlie stares at the closed down factory and ponders upon its mysteries. Just a couple days later, we find that Willy Wonka is temporarily opening the factory just to give a tour to 5 children who will win this amazing prize, and all they have to do is find these golden tickets. The whole movie is presenting this as if it was just a random event, but this simply isn't true. In fact, the entire thing is staged. Sure, the reactions from most of the people involved are genuine, but it's all a contrived series of events. In order to understand this, We're going to look at both movies, as even though the first one strayed away from the original book, there are clues that show the directors were fully aware of what was happening. What are the chances that all the people who find these tickets would be children? Why would an adult find one? And the one that did was called a fake, but how did Willy Wonka know that it was a fake? Was it because everything about this golden ticket scheme was staged and planned by Mr. Wonka? Were these children tactically chosen based on their specific attributes? Think about it. Why is it that every room is specifically designed for each spoiled child? It would have taken months to build these rooms. Even if Ty Pennington and Team Ramsey worked together, these rooms are just too specific and complex to have been made in the time they won to the time they toured the factory. The rooms are all designed specifically to test the child who ends up dying in these rooms. And I know, the movies say that the Oompa Loompas go to rescue these children afterwards, but I suspect that this detail was added to lighten the story up and make it more palatable for general audiences. In both films, once Augustus falls into the chocolate pool, Wonka's not concerned at all, and actually, he's more worried for his chocolate. Yet, in the 2005 film, we can see that this happened right after he talked about the vacuum tube, and conveniently, it just so happened to be there once he fell in. Also, one clue is left here after the Oompa Loompas finish their song. Notice how weird Wonka's being in this movie. You can see that there's obviously something wrong with him. He's like staring off as if he knows something's about to happen, but doesn't want to seem like he's expecting something. Mike, being the clever little devil who figured out the system, knew from the very beginning that something was very off with Mr. Wonka. After the Augustus song, Charlie asked, how did they know everything? Wonka cuts him off saying, oh, it's just improv, but Mr. Salt and Mike comment that it seems rehearsed. Wonka just acts like he hasn't heard them. When Charlie asks his grandfather if the Oompa Loompas were really joking, his grandpa says, of course that boy will be fine. But the look on his face and the worried gaze tells us that he doesn't believe what he said. Also, Charlie is the only child who asks about Augustus' well-being, showing us again that he is pure of heart. Another clue is that when they get on the boat, there are the perfect amount of seats instead of 2 empty seats, as if they knew this was going to happen, so he probably thought logically, why add more seats? This scene is also very iconic because it's basically a ritual. It's some kind of a cult passage through death, hinting towards the journey that these kids are about to partake in. He starts yelling like a fanatic, reciting this really strange poem. This is what it says in the book. There's no earthly way of knowing which direction we're going. There's no knowing where we're rowing or which way the river's flowing. Is it raining? Is it snowing? Is it a hurricane blowing? Not a speck of light is showing, so the danger must be growing. Are the fires of hell a-glowing? Is the grisly reaper mowing? Yes, the danger must be growing, for the rowers keep on rowing, and they're certainly not showing any signs that they are slowing.
And of course, anyone who's seen the film knows how unsettling these scenes are, especially the original film. Gene Wilder staring through everyone on the boat, screaming his lines with wide eyes, colors dancing on his face, and a boatload of very uncomfortable and scared passengers. I mean, that'd be unsettling for anyone. So yeah, could it be that this entire scene is about facing the pits of hell, where the Reaper is about to grant them passage into the underworld? Or is it just another coincidence? And is it just a coincidence that Marilyn Manson was the one who covered the song in the new one? Now I'm going to continue to explain how this whole event was orchestrated, but before that, let me just make it clear that there's definitely something strange going on with the original children's book. The original draft of the book was far more violent, with children being burned to death from the inside out, then ground into powder while screaming in agony, cut to ribbons, crushed, etc., and only Violet and Charlie were the survivors. This is also connected to the film Seven. Remember that movie about the serial killer who killed 7 people Saw-style using the victim's own vices? Well, in the original draft of Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, there were actually 7 children. And in the book, we have the same themes as the film Seven. Each child is taken out by way of their own bad habit. The difference here is that it's more of a choice, but since they're kids and obviously have no self-control, they blame is really on the parents. Wonka, having some sort of ill will towards bad parents, wants to make the parents suffer. Essentially, what we're seeing is the story of a crazed madman who set up intricate traps specifically for each parent and child to punish them in some weird, sick way. showing that he had spied on them and chosen them beforehand, and this was their just desserts. Sounds familiar? That's because Charlie and the Chocolate Factory is basically the kids' version of Saw. Does that sound insane? Well, what's a common theme in horror? Clowns. Clowns are closely associated with the fallen angels, aliens, the Elohim, the El, the elves, the Watchers. And names aside, these are beings who watch over and punish humanity for their wrongdoings. In these cycles are really common. Jinx.
Sounds like a lot, but hang with me. I've seen all the breakdowns on this movie. Terrorizers. It's me think that this is new. Kids that can't. Well, check it out for yourself. There were several chapters that were removed from the book. One called Spotty Powder, which also has a deleted character named Miranda Piker. This is just insane. Listen to this. Quote, Spotty Powder was first published as a short story in 1973. In 1998, it was included in the children's horror anthology Scary Stories That Will Make You Scream, edited by Peter Haney. A brief note before the story described the story as having been left out of Charlie and the Chocolate Factory due to an already brimming number of misbehaving. In 2005, the Times reprinted Spotty Powder as a lost chapter, saying that it had been found in Dahl's desk, written backwards in mirror writing, the same way that Leonardo da Vinci wrote in his journals. Spotty Powder appear on faces and necks 5 seconds after ingestion, so children who eat Spotty Powder don't have to go to school. The spots fade on their own. Spotty Powder, the humorless, or I guess the enemy in this situation, smug Miranda Piker, and her equally humorless father, a schoolmaster, are enraged and disappear into the Spotty Powder room to sabotage the machine. Soon after entering, they are heard making what Miss Piker interprets as screams. Mr. Wonka assures her after making a brief joke where he claims that headmasters are one of the occasional ingredients, that is, only laughter. Exactly what happens to them is that extract, and an even earlier renamed from Miranda Crow to Miranda Piker, and ends up in the peanut brittle mixer. Little kid becoming quite and how we were discussing how most candy is actually made from gluten or pigs, and if we consider what we know now, the reason why Mr. Wonka shut down his factory is because he was putting substances into the candy that were causing people to become addicted. people started to find out, and so he was forced to close down and operate in secret. Throughout the book, it references that this ingredient is actually people all week? Was he going on the street and looking for troublesome children and parents to follow home and spy on? Or was there maybe some sort of Wonka technology involved? He does look very Men in Blackish, actually, now that he had to search for the perfect child and was willing to do anything to teach this child a lesson. So,
that his workshop with Veruca, it's her desire to collect animals in each film is different, but both are separate hits for all the material devices. While in the net room, Veruca sees the squirrel open his mouth, and as she goes to explore, Will tells her not to, tells her to stop. Just one time though, because then he proceeds to just let her fall into the trap. And with this microwave TV looking thing basically alters your DNA and clones your entire structure. In the 2005 film, it shrinks Mike down to action figure size. This is another proof that this had been staged from the beginning, as opposed to dealing with this high-tech air from the TV show. This is also sort of a sick thing. In the first movie, Charlie was portrayed as working for Nick himself, and he was tested in this film.
to travel outside of the known world and bring back hundreds of little men. Yusuf never mentions that the glass elevator could have been used the entire time. And when Charlie asked about it, Willy Wonka said, oh, that he just forgot. But how did he forget his primary mode of travel? We see later in the film that he uses this magical elevator to go to the outside world and crash land into it. In 2005, Wonka travels with his family for his family forever, with promises of never-ending candy and metaphysical experience. I'm not really sure what to make of all that, but maybe it's alluding to some after Charlie gets to see things from a much higher vantage point. Was Charlie being programmed by Willy Wonka to continue his process of making candy or continuing this cycle of control? This was no ultimate prize. Think about what this movie is, and how this was a movie promoted to endorse the killing of children who were visiting a psychotic man who spied on and chose these kids strategically to partake in some weird experiment that in the original story led to their deaths. People worldwide watch this film over and over, billions of views. Think about what this does to the subconscious, especially if you don't know what the story's about. Producers know that 90% of the audience has not read the original source material I'm not sure if you guys have heard that Snowpiercer is suspected to be a sequel to Willy Wonka, but there is a lot in common with the film, such as they're both groups of people walking through a large building or maze that they have to get to the end of. One by one, they're killed off. One person makes it to the end realizing that it was some weird experiment orchestrated by one person looking for a successor. This man, in this case, named Wilford, very close to Willy, or founder of Wilford Industries, is actually Charlie after growing up. Which is weird. How did he get the name Wilford? This actor also plays Kristoff in The Truman Show, a very similar name that connects him. But wasn't unexpected in the whole thing being a show. Into the camera. It seems accidental. You can never tell with Wonka. Another thing that I can't help but wonder is how did Charlie invent all these things in the Snowpiercer film when he was never formally educated? There must have been some tech within the factory that he re-engineered, but how would Charlie know how to make a perpetual engine? Another clue that made me there is a confession in the film where he had to eat other humans to survive. that's why Wonka chose him. So I find it hard to believe that Charlie would become evil of his own volition. Could it be that this is not just a Truman Show situation, but a Being John Malkovich, Get Out, or Snatchers type scenario in which a hyper-intelligent being from Nowhere takes over a town and builds a multi-billion-dollar candy industry with the addicted and obsessed with him. Wonka is the god of this world. Hey, what's up, guys? Today, we have an interesting video. Now, to be honest, we don't really like talking about politics on this channel, and we plan to keep it that way. But this video has nothing to do with recent events. Although, with everything going on, I thought it would be cool to explore the hidden history of politics. I'm not going to comment on any of the things that have been happening recently, but I do think exploring the subject from a historical point of view may shed some insight on some of the things happening today, as many find themselves being completely polarized on one side or the other, engaging with the puppet show. We are fed this idea that we, the people, actually have a choice in our leaders, and that someone's going to save us from the elites. And it doesn't have to be black pill to suggest that everything is staged or planned. It sounds depressing, yes. However, it's only when we separate ourselves from the media, regardless if it's mainstream or the opposition, that we can begin to see that what's happening today has been going on for a very long time. I mean, really think about it. Why do you think there are only two parties? You are either Democrat or Republican. But did you know that the Democrats and Republicans used to be a single merged party? We all know the saying, two wings of the same bird, and there is some truth to that. But it goes even further. If you suggest that these parties are controlled by the same people in the modern day, you usually get labeled as a conspiracy theorist. You're crazy for believing in some shadowy cabal that's pulling all the strings. This has become quite the meme. The Illuminati or Freemasons are in control of everything. Usually this is met with laughter and ridicule from those who are completely engrossed with the mainstream narrative. However, where do you think these ideas came from? Would it surprise you to know that the very first real political party, technically the one with the first real platform, was actually the Anti-Masonic Party? This is a historical fact, and this history usually gets swept under the rug. Not too many people are aware of this unless you thoroughly have studied politics, and even then it's merely a footnote. This history is very surprising because it sheds light into the early days of politics in America and the origin of all these conspiracy theories, which are not conspiracies. They're genuine concerns of elites and corporations influencing what we believe to be a democracy. This isn't new, and was literally the platform of the first real political party. Technically, it is the third political party, but as we'll see, the first two did not really have a platform. They were just Federalist versus Anti-Federalist, central government power. There was no real message or overall values outside of that. In order to understand this, let's dive deep into the United States, and let's see if there's any substance to this idea that modern-day politics is simply a puppet show. In the ancient world, politics was already shaping societies and dividing people into factions. In Rome, the struggle between the populares and optimantes reflected tensions between common people. Julius Caesar, the populares leader, faced off against senatorial conservatives like Otto the Younger. This rivalry eventually laid the groundwork Two key factions emerged: the Jacobins, the freaking hardcore revolutionaries, a bunch of angry philosophers and pitchforks. Represented the interest of provincial France and were wary of Paris-centric demonstrating the volatile nature of revolutionary politics. It's crucial to understand that these two factions, the Democratic parties have been now today. Instead, they were primarily the American founding fathers, well versed in enlightened philosophy. Principles of enlightenment and brotherhood. In France, Masonic lodges became hotbeds of revolutionary thought, attracting intellectuals who would play later key roles in the French Revolution. The Jacobins, in particular, have been linked to Freemasonry. We are told that the Phrygian cap was just a liberty cap. However, its roots have deep occult connections and has been associated with secret societies since ancient times. The Jacobins might just be the final act in a centuries-long plot to overthrow the old order. According to Abbe Augustin Barruel, a French Jesuit priest, the Jacobins were far more than just a radical political club. Barruel claims that the Jacobins were the culmination of a vast, intricate conspiracy involving philosophers, Freemasons, and the mysterious order of the Illuminati. A spider's web of secret societies and hidden agendas, all converging on the Jacobin Club in revolutionary Paris. Barruel argued that the Jacobins were essentially a grand coalition of conspirators, the adept society, rebellion, and the adept man. The Jacobins were the muscle that finally implemented the long-held dreams of the philosophers and secret societies. While Voltaire and Rousseau laid the intellectual groundwork and the Freemasons and Illuminati worked behind the scenes, the Jacobins took center stage to bring down the monarchy and the church in a spectacularly bloody fashion. But the thing is that Barruel claimed that the Jacobins were using the same secretive hierarchical structure as the Freemasons and the Illuminati. Could the Jacobin Club have been just another lodge in this vast conspiracy, hiding in plain sight? Maximilien Robespierre, the infamous leader of the Jacobins, has been suggested to be a Freemason. While concrete evidence of his Masonic membership remains elusive, many researchers point to compelling circumstantial links between Robespierre and Freemasonry. One of the most intriguing connections is Robespierre's establishment of the Cult of the Supreme Being, this deistic belief system, which briefly became the state religion during the French Revolution, and incorporated symbolism that bears striking similarities to Masonic imagery. Moreover, the very structure and rituals of the cult of the Supreme Being seem to echo Masonic practices. The emphasis on reason, virtue, and the supreme architect of the universe aligns closely with Masonic philosophy. Some historians argue that Robespierre may have been attempting to create a public version of Masonic ideals through this new cult. Robespierre's political ideologies, his approach to governance, and even his rhetorical style bear the hallmarks of Masonic influence. The secrecy surrounding Robespierre's personal life and the destruction of many documents during the Victorian reaction fuels speculation. The Jacobins' famous slogan, "Liberty, Equality, Fraternity," takes on a sinister new meaning in this light. Could it have been a Masonic code all along, hidden in the heart of the French Revolution? While mainstream historians might scoff at these ideas, Borel's work invites us to look beneath the surface of the French Revolution. Were the Jacobins really the puppet masters, or were they themselves puppets in the decades, if not centuries? While the exact influence of political movements is debated and often veiled in secrecy, the overlap between political and Masonic membership is undeniable. As we turn to the formation of the first U.S. political parties, it's crucial to consider how these European political and fraternal traditions, including the possible Masonic influences, may have shaped the thinking of America's founding fathers, many of whom were known Freemasons. As Europe's political experiments were coming to an end, the American founding fathers were taking note. They cherry-picked the best ideas, Montesquieu's separation of powers, the British Parliament's checks and balances, and the concept of opposing parties. But they didn't stop there. They conveniently mixed in some Masonic principles of brotherhood and enlightenment, sprinkled in some revolutionary spirit of the Jacobins, topped it all off with the heavy dose of rugged individualism and distrust of centralized power. The result was a political system that looks all American on the outside, but with a European feeling. Sure, we're told it's a carefully balanced republic, mixing elite power with the common man's voice. But what if our founding fathers weren't just inspired by European ideas? What if they were actually bringing over the same secret handshakes and backdoor deals that we ran the show in Europe? Think about it. Freemasonry, secret clubs, revolutionary ideas, all that stuff didn't just stay on the other side of the pond. It hopped on the same boats as our powdered wig-wearing founders. So we gotta ask ourselves, did they really cook up this new system from scratch? Or were they just setting the table for these same old power players, just with a new menu? It's no secret that many of our founding fathers were Freemasons. But just how deep did this influence go? George Washington, the OG Mason president, he was initiated in 1752 and even laid the cornerstone of the U.S. Capitol in full Masonic regalia. Washington even invoked a great spirit in the sky when he founded the city that would bear his name. Benjamin Franklin, who wasn't just a kite flyer, even though that painting does have Freemasonic symbolism. In fact, he was a Grand Master Mason who helped write the constitutions of the Freemasons. Oh, and what's up with all those bodies under his basement? John Hancock, who probably practiced his signature at Masonic meetings. Paul Revere, when he wasn't warning but the British, he was serving as Grand Master of the Massachusetts Grand Lodge. John Paul Jones, the father of the American Navy, was raising sails in Masonic degrees. Lafayette, the French hero of the American Revolution, was initiated by none other than George Washington himself. He was also interested in mesmerism and introduced it to George Washington. But wait, there's more. So many notable Masons from this era, and that's not even considering the ones who kept their affiliation secret. The Masonic influence is everywhere. in our history, and in our monuments. Why is the Washington Monument an obelisk, a giant Masonic symbol in the heart of DC? Why is the Great Seal of the US an all-seeing eye above the pyramid? Masonic symbols right in our faces. Literally, that's what our state seals are. Take a closer look and you'll find it's just all Masonic imagery. From squares and compasses to columns and all-seeing eyes. It's a secret code hidden in plain sight across the entire country. So let's begin with the first political parties in the United States. Okay, so it's 1787, and the Founding Fathers are gathered around a table, kind of like a really tense Thanksgiving dinner. Under the table, many of them are wearing Masonic aprons. On one side, we've got the Federalists. Their star player is Alexander Hamilton. Historians insist that he was not a Freemason. However, evidence shows that he visited Masonic lodges, which only members could do. Strangely, even though he was married, apparently he lived in the grip of powerful attractions to other men. I wonder what that means. Apparently, a lot of the Founding Fathers had a strong attraction to men, even George Washington, which is no surprise if you know some of the secret rituals of the Masons during the 18th century. Then there's John Adams, who's often depicted as feisty and opinionated. Funnily enough, historians again suggest that he wasn't a Mason. However, John Adams was in fact a Freemason member of the St. John's Grand Lodge in Boston, Massachusetts. On the other side, we have the anti-Federalist. There's Thomas Jefferson. While historians often dismiss claims of Thomas Jefferson's Masonic membership, his relationship with secret societies is more complex than it appears. Jefferson was a confirmed member of the mysterious FHC Society at William and Mary College, a group so secretive its full name remains unknown. Intriguingly, he showed a keen interest in the Illuminati, defending their founder Adam Weishaupt in a letter to Bishop James Madison. Jefferson even drew parallels between the Illuminati's goals and those of Jesus Christ, especially the father of the Constitution, who's another founding father said not to have Masonic affiliation by historians. While not officially listed as a Freemason, tantalizing evidence suggests otherwise. John Francis Mercer, governor of Maryland, congratulated Madison on becoming a Freemason. Claimed Madison was one of the original founders of Hiram Lodge 59 in 1800. Intriguingly, Madison marched in Masonic processions and was present at cornerstone-laying ceremonies conducted with full Masonic honors. The loss of many lodge records from this period makes this even more suspicious. Were they trying to hide this information? Okay, so we have the Federalist and the Anti-Federalist. And they're basically all Freemasons. The Federalists were like, we need a strong central government to keep this country together. And then the Anti-Federalists were like, whoa, big government, the state should call the shots. But here's the thing, were they really against centralization, or did they just want a different kind of order? They were all fighting over who gets to be team captain for the new country, all while playing the rules that they might have learned in the lodge. This rivalry eventually evolved into America's first official political parties. On one side, you've got the Federalist Party. Their motto might as well be, trust us, we know what's best for the country. Because they learned in their secret meetings, right? Their hobbies include creating a national bank, hanging out with rich people, and wearing powdered wigs. Oh, and of course their lodge meetings. On the other side, there's the Democratic Republican Party. At the time, it was known as the Republican Party. However, this is not to be confused with the modern Republicans. The Democratic Republican Party was a single entity that later split into the modern Democratic and Republican parties, though not directly. The Democratic Republican Party's motto was power to the people and the states. But which people? The initiated? These guys love praising farmers, criticizing the British, and using Masonic networks to spread their message. The big picture here is that America apparently started out trying to avoid political parties, but ended up creating a two-party system in a very short period of time. It seems like they intentionally invented political drama, and we've been binge-watching ever since. Interestingly, the era of good feelings all revolves around the War of 1812, which seems to be the point of a great reset in the United States. This conflict, often overlooked in our history books, might have been more pivotal than we're led to believe. After the War of 1812, the Federalist Party, the original elite political party, suddenly crumbled. But why? On the surface, we're told it was due to their opposition to the war, which made them appear unpatriotic. But could there be more to the story? Well, the War of 1812 saw the burning of Washington, D.C., including the White House and the Capitol. In the aftermath, we see a rapid decline of the Federalists and a rise of Masonic influence in rebuilding efforts. Is it a mere coincidence that many of the architects and planners involved in the Reconstruction were Freemasons? Moreover, the war's end ushered in a new economic era, with the chartering of the Second Bank of the United States in 1816. But here's the thing. The Federalists, led by Alexander Hamilton, had originally championed the idea of a strong central bank. They established the first Bank of the United States in 1791. The Democratic Republicans, on the other hand, initially opposed the idea, viewing it as unconstitutional and a threat to state rights. But after the War of 1812, something strange happened. The Democratic Republican controlled Congress and presidency under James Madison, yes, the same party that had opposed central banking, chartered the Second Bank of the United States. It was as if the Democratic Republicans had adopted a key Federalist policy just as the Federalist Party itself was fading into obscurity. This begs the question, who really stood to gain from this new financial order? Was this shift a result of wartime pragmatism? Or were there unseen forces at work manipulating both parties to serve a hidden agenda? By 1862, the Federalist Party couldn't even field a presidential candidate. Was this truly just political unpopularity? Or had they served their purpose in introducing the concept of central banking, only to be discarded once the Democratic Republicans could be brought around to the idea? The central bank was the central bank. So, during the Federalist decline, the Democratic Republicans shifted the banking consolidation of power by financial elite and secret societies, now able to influence policy. Democratic-Republican Party split into two factions. The Jacksonian faction, which evolved into the modern Democratic Party in the 1830s, and the Henry Clay faction, which was later absorbed by Clay's Whig Party. We'll delve deeper into these new parties shortly, but it's crucial to note that before the second party system could fully take shape, another significant political entity emerged. Second, the unique arguably the first with a platform beyond the centralization versus state power debate, brought these suspicions to the forefront of national discourse. Their distrust of Freemasons was unequivocal and formed the core of their code of identity. However, the anti-Masonic movement itself was not without its own controversies and suspicious elements. This chapter of American history marks a crucial turning point, where secret societies, political power, and public paranoia influenced ways that would shape conspiracy theories for generations to come. This also supposedly because of the Morgan Affair. The Morgan Affair of 1826 sparked the anti-Masonic movement in the United States. Morgan of presumed murder in 1826. You see, he was going to publish an expose titled Illustrations of Masonry, critical of the Freemasons and revealing their secret degree ceremonies in detail. Then, he was arrested on trumped-up charges. Now keep in mind, William Morgan was a Freemason himself. He was a former member of the Eastern Star Lodge, and even attempted to form a Royal Arch chapter in Batavia, but was rejected by the local Masons. It was this that led him to retaliate and supposedly threaten to expose all of Mason's secrets. However, the strange part about this is, then why would you collaborate with a news publisher, David Miller, in order to announce that you're going to be doing this? It seems a little suspicious. Because, immediately after this announcement, Freemasons took immediate action against Morgan and Miller. Apparently they attempted to burn Miller's newspaper office, and then Morgan was arrested on charges of theft, which was widely believed to be fabricated. On September 11, 1826, Morgan was arrested for supposed non-payment of a loan and allegedly stealing a shirt and a tie. On September 12, 1826, Morgan was forced into a carriage. Keep in mind, Governor Clinton was himself a Grand Master Mason. Formation of the Anti-Masonic Party in 1828. This controversy lasted nearly 2 decades until the late 1840s, and was a pivotal factor in Freemasonry's apparent decline. However, it's possible this period marked not only a true decline, but a strategic retreat into greater secrecy. The Freemasons may have used this turbulent time to shed their past stigma and recalibrate their public image. Intriguingly, despite Morgan's disappearance, his expose was still published by Miller. This does raise questions about the true nature of the incident. Was it really a genuine attempt at suppression, or a calculated PR maneuver? If absolute secrecy was the goal, surely they would have silenced Miller as well. It's crucial to note that Morgan's book only unveils the first 3 degrees of Freemasonry, the Blue Lodge degrees. Having been rejected from the Royal Arch degree, Morgan couldn't reveal Freemasonry's deepest secrets. This selective transparency might have been a strategic move, allowing lower degree practices to be exposed to dispel broader suspicions, while protecting the truly sensitive information of higher degrees. But even beyond dramatic esoteric reenactments, like Hiram Abiff's murder, a degree system with escalating complexity and symbolism, emphasis on secrecy about the group's practices, a blend of multiple religious elements with moral teachings, references to ancient history and architecture, particularly Solomon's Temple, odd physical postures and movements in ceremonies, anachronistic roles and titles, and finally, mixture of practical morality with esoteric symbolism and mysticism. Now, these Blue Lodge degrees are relatively accessible, leading some to dismiss Freemasonry as merely a benign social club focused on self-improvement and philanthropy. However, this accessible facade may serve to obscure the more guarded higher degrees and exclusive orders, reserved for a select few and protected by even greater secrecy. The true nature and influence of Freemasonry may lie in these hidden echelons, far from public scrutiny. The Anti-Masonic Party emerged as the first significant opposition to Andrew Jackson's Democratic Party, marking a crucial moment in American political history. As the first third party in United States history to seriously contest elections on a national scale, it set the stage for future political movements. Initially, the anti-Masons positioned themselves as the antithesis to the Jacksonian Democrats, who were perceived as closely aligned with Freemasonry. This stance was particularly interesting given that Jackson himself was a prominent Freemason. Interestingly, the anti-Masonic innovations, most notably the concept of national nominating conventions, holding the first one for a presidential candidate in 1831. While the Anti-Masonic Party initially focused on opposition to Freemasonry, it soon broadened its platform to include other reform issues, expanding its appeal. On the surface, this conflict was portrayed as a struggle between the common man and the elite. However, is that really the full story? The idea that the anti-Masons truly represented the common man against the elite is questionable at best. In reality, many anti-Masonic leaders were themselves part of the social and political elite. Moreover, the party's eventual transition into the Whig Party, which included many Freemasons in its ranks, suggests that the ideological divide. This transformation from the anti-Masonic Party to the Whig Party is crucial to understanding the evolution of the Several prominent anti-Masonic H. Seward, former anti-Masonic governor of New York, became a leading Whig and later a Republican. Thaddeus Stevens, a staunch anti-Mason from Pennsylvania, transitioned to the Whig Party and eventually became a Republican leader. Millard Fillmore, who started his political career as an anti-Mason, became a Whig and later the 13th U.S. President. John Quincy Adams, while not originally an anti-Mason, allied with the party and then became a key figure in the Whig Party. William Wirt, the anti-Masonic presidential candidate in 1832, later aligned with the Whigs. The Whig Party formed as a coalition of anti-Masons, National Republicans, and other groups opposed to Andrew Jackson's policies. This merger allowed former anti-Masons to broaden their political influence beyond the single issue of opposing Freemasonry. So first, it was anti-Masons versus Democrats, or basically anti-Masons versus Freemasons. Then the anti-Masons became the Whigs, which eventually evolved into the Republican Party. While the Freemasons were primarily associated with the Democrats, this isn't to say that the Whigs were still anti-Masons. In fact, the anti-Mason stance appears to have been more of a political strategy than a genuine ideological position. After joining the Whig Party, both major parties were significantly influenced by Freemasons. Notable Whig Freemasons included William Tyler, U.S. President, Millard Fillmore, 13th U.S. President, Henry Clay, Daniel Webster, and Winfield Scott. So Freemasonry was deeply embedded in the Whig Party, despite its anti-Masonic origins. The presence of prominent Freemasons in both major parties suggests that the initial anti-Masonic movement may have been more about political maneuvering than genuine opposition to Masonic influence. In essence, the anti-Masons was a charade, simply a front, and the underlying influence of Freemasonry remained a constant, transcending party lines and shaping American politics in ways that were not always apparent to the general public. The origin of Freemasonic conspiracies in America can be traced back to the anti-Masonic party. Modern Freemasons often dismiss the multitude of late 19th century rituals as mere anti-Masonic propaganda. However, what's rarely discussed is the fact that the anti-Masonic movement itself was, ironically, initiated by Freemasons. The anti-Masonic party served as a clever cover-up, a means to control and contain the emerging conspiracies. As ex-Freemasons began revealing lodge secrets, the creation of the party allowed Masons to manage the narrative. It gave the illusion that the citizens could vote for elites who opposed Freemasonry, while in reality, these opponents were part of the very system they claimed to fight. The inevitable failure of the anti-Masons to gain significant power was, in retrospect, a foregone conclusion. After all, how could a nation founded by Freemasonic elites generally allow an anti-Masonic party to rise in prominence? The strategy laid the groundwork for what we now recognize as conspiracy theories. But I'm bringing it up because it's basically about how William Morgan was initiated into I am the man, the antagonist. He threatens to expose their except this time, we learn about what friend named Drury, who's our main character in the story. Now, Drury gets this manuscript from a mysterious man called I Am the Man, or I Am the Man Who Did It. This guy appears out of nowhere, kind of like a ghost, but he's not a ghost. Just some strange old man with superhuman powers. They basically make an agreement that this old man is going to tell Drury an account of what happened to him, which is detailed in this manuscript. Drury is then supposed to keep it sealed for 30 years before publishing it. This old man aka William Morgan. Instructions on how to join the secret society by an unknown member. That alone should raise suspicion. Perhaps they've developed occult powers beyond our understanding, which is the end result in Etadorpa. After the journey through Zoroaster's cave, you essentially develop superhuman abilities, like a lengthened lifespan. It's wild to think about, but when you connect the dots, it makes you wonder just how much of this fantasy is rooted in reality. They later became the American Party and believed in a Catholic conspiracy to subvert civil and religious liberty in the United States. But to me, the weirdest part about them is that the members of the party had to belong to the secret order of the Star-Spangled Banner, which was formed in New York City, and soon after, lodges formed in nearly every other major American city. So this was some type of strangers. Members, when asked about their nativist organizations, were supposed to reply that they knew nothing. To join the order, a man had to be at least 21 years old. Meaning they have to keep this stuff a secret. I mean, how can you be? It's almost like they're not even in society, extreme, major political. I mean, it's right there in the history books. It makes you wonder, if this is what they were doing openly, what else might have been going on behind the scenes? Perhaps one of the most intriguing aspects of this era was the growing interest in spiritualism and occult practices among political figures. This trend is often overlooked in mainstream historical accounts. William Henry Harrison, the first Whig president, was known to have an interest in esoteric matters. His inaugural address, the longest in history, was filled with classical and what some interpret as Masonic references. His sudden death after just 31 days in office sparked rumors of a Masonic curse. The Masonic curse was said to affect those who betray Masonic secrets or work against Masonic interests. They would face supernatural retribution. In Harrison's case, some speculated that his short presidency was a result of angering Masonic forces. But it was during the Pierce and Buchanan administrations that spiritualism truly took a hold in Washington. During this year, spiritual participated in seances in the White House. His wife, Jane Pierce, surrounded by those who were. His niece and de facto First Lady, Harriet Lane, was fascinated by the movement. The White House during this period became a hub for mediums and seances, with politicians and their wives frequently participating. Even Abraham Lincoln attended seances at the behest of his wife, Mary Todd Lincoln. She became deeply involved in spiritualism after the death of their son, Willie, often inviting mediums to the White House to conduct seances. Actually, William Seward, Lincoln's Secretary of State, petitioned Congress on behalf of spiritualists to fund research into spirit communication. The rise of spiritualism in America can be traced back to the Fox sisters in 1848. Kate and Margaret Fox claimed they could communicate with spirits through a series of knocks. Their demonstrations caught the public's imagination and sparked the spiritualist movement. President Millard Fillmore, intrigued by these claims, invited the Fox sisters to the White House in 1852 for a demonstration of their purported abilities. While the mainstream narrative suggests that the Fox sisters were mere tricksters who fooled gullible people, including powerful politicians, this simplistic explanation may not capture the full complexity of the situation. Is it plausible that some of the most influential men in American politics were so easily deceived? Perhaps the Fox sisters' story serves as a convenient cover for the deeper occult interest of the political elite. The sisters' eventual confession of fraud led many to dismiss the entire spiritualist movement as a hoax. However, this overlooks a crucial fact. Occult rituals and seances were indeed conducted multiple times within the White House, regardless of their efficacy. The point isn't whether these practices were real, but rather that the nation's leaders were actively engaging in attempts to communicate with spirits. This aligns suspiciously well with one of Freemasonry's purported secrets, the ability to converse with angels and higher beings. Trying to contact deceased children via silkscreen for more esoteric practices. It's worth considering that a sudden interest in seances seems unlikely without prior familiarity with occult concepts. Furthermore, the timing of the spiritualist movement's rise coincides with Freemasonry's need to rebuild its public image after the anti-Masonic period. Could the spiritualist movement have been a way to normalize certain occult ideas, or to perceive them as a simple trick in the public consciousness, making Masonic occult practices seem less likely to be real? While obviously we can't prove that the Fox sisters were part of a larger cover-up, the story certainly provides a convenient narrative that distracts from the undeniable fact that occult practices were indeed occurring at the highest levels of government, rooted in traditions and beliefs that long predated the spiritualist movement. As the nation expanded westward, Freemasonry played a significant role. The concept of manifest destiny, championed by the Democrats, resonated with Masonic ideals of spreading light and civilization. James K. Polk, another Masonic president, oversaw the massive territorial gains of the Mexican-American War. During this conflict, military lodges proliferated among American troops. These lodges served not only as social outlets for soldiers, but also as a means of spreading Masonic influence into newly acquired territories. Some historians argue that this Masonic presence played a role in the rapid integration of these areas into the United States. The California Gold Rush of 1849 saw a further spread of Masonic lodges westward. Many of the new settlements established lodges early on, often before other civic institutions. Why was Freemasonry so important in establishing order in frontier societies? While Masonry and occult interest were gaining ground in some circles, they faced opposition from another powerful force, the Second Great Awakening. This religious revival movement, emphasizing personal salvation and moral reform, often clashed with Masonic ideals. This created a spiritual tug-of-war in the American psyche. On one hand, there was the allure of ancient wisdom and secret knowledge offered by Masonry and spiritualism. On the other, there was the emotional appeal of evangelical Christianity, calling for moral purity and rejection of secretive practices. Some politicians navigated this divide by maintaining public Christian personas while privately exploring esoteric practices. This double life would become a recurring theme in American politics, with public professions of faith often masking deeper involvement in secretive organizations. The second party system laid the groundwork for much of what we see in modern American politics. The Masonic and occult undercurrents of this period established patterns of hidden influence that would persist long after the Whig Party's demise. As the 1850s progressed, the Whig Party began to fracture over the issue of slavery. This division, coupled with the rise of nativism and the controversy over the Kansas-Nebraska Act, led to the party's collapse. From its ashes rose the Republican Party in 1854, absorbing many former Whigs, Free Soilers, and anti-slavery Democrats. The transition from Whigs to Republicans did not diminish the influence of Freemasonry in politics. Many prominent early Republicans were Freemasons, continuing the tradition of Masonic involvement in American governance. For instance, Abraham Lincoln, while not a Mason himself, was surrounded by Masonic influences. His vice president, Andrew Johnson, was a Mason, as were several members of his cabinet. James Garfield, the 20th president and a Republican, was a Master Mason and a member of Magnolia Lodge No. 20 in Columbus, Ohio. William McKinley, the 25th president, was also a devoted Mason, having received his degrees in Hiram Lodge No. 21 in Winchester, Virginia. Theodore Roosevelt, 26th president, was a member of Mattinacock Lodge No. 806 in Oyster Bay, New York. These are just a few examples of the continued Masonic presence in the Republican Party. The shift from Whigs to Republicans did not represent a break from Masonic influence, but rather a continuation of it under a new political banner. The second party system collapsed after the Kansas-Nebraska Act of 1854. This act effectively repealed the Missouri Compromise of 1820, allowing new states to decide for themselves whether to permit slavery. This upset the Whigs because it reopened the issue of slavery expansion, which the party had been struggling to navigate. The Whig Party, unable to maintain a unified stance on slavery, began to disintegrate. Contrary to some modern misconceptions, the early Republican Party was staunchly opposed to slavery. Abraham Lincoln, the first Republican president elected in 1860, campaigned on a platform of stopping slavery's expansion, which eventually led to its abolition. The Republicans of this era viewed slavery as morally wrong and economically backward. On the other hand, the Democratic Party of the time, particularly its southern wing, strongly supported the continuation and expansion of slavery. Despite portraying themselves as champions of the common man, Democrats defended the institution of slavery, arguing it was essential to the Southern economy and social order. This stance would lead to the party's fracturing and the secession of the Southern states following Lincoln's election. Interestingly, even within the abolitionist movement, Freemasonry had a significant presence. Frederick Douglass, one of the most prominent abolitionists, was a Prince Hall Freemason. The Civil War, often portrayed as a battle between brothers, takes on a new dimension when viewed through the lens of Freemasonry. Both Union and Confederate forces boasted high-ranking Freemasons among their officers and politicians. Union General George B. McClellan and Confederate General Albert Pike, for instance, were both prominent Freemasons. This fraternal connection across enemy lines raises intriguing questions. Was the Civil War a staged conflict designed to usher in a new era? Where is the photographic evidence of this event? Despite photography being well developed by the 1860s, there's a curious absence of actual battle photographs from the Civil War. We have numerous photos of encampments and posed scenes, but live combat photos are non-existent. The common explanation is exposure issues, but that seems inadequate given the technology available at the time. Even more puzzling are the manipulated images. For example, the famous photograph of General Grant at City Point is a composite image. More strikingly, the iconic portrait of Abraham Lincoln was created by superimposing his head onto the body of John C. Calhoun. The original Calhoun portrait features a checkerboard floor and a globe, common motifs in Freemasonic symbolism. Perhaps most disturbing are the dead soldiers in some of the war's most famous portraits. These were often living men asked to pose as corpses, creating a theatrical representation of war rather than documenting its true horrors. Despite the general acceptance today that Lincoln was not a Freemason, the persistence of this discussion in Masonic circles is noteworthy. An entire article debating Lincoln's Masonic status appeared in Masonic literature. There is a photo of Lincoln in Masonic attire, held in the library of the Grand Lodge's museum. However, they say that it's a fake. But the thing is, why would Freemasons engage in such a debate if there wasn't some basis for the claim? If Lincoln was definitely not a Mason, then why did a fake photo exist in official Masonic archives? Could this be a deliberate attempt to obscure Lincoln's true relationship with Freemasonry? It's worth noting that Lincoln was surrounded by Freemasons, including his vice president. He also reportedly expressed interest in joining the fraternity shortly before his assassination. But why would Masons even be arguing about this? Was it a calculated move to distance one of America's most revered presidents from an organization that has faced periods of controversy and suspicion? Given the Freemasons' influence in politics of that era, it's plausible that there might be reasons to either claim or deny Lincoln's affiliation, depending on the political climate. Was John Wilkes Booth a Freemason? Well, by this time, they obviously were already aware that it's suspicious if everyone is a Freemason. However, there is a famous photo of Booth with his hand in his jacket, which is a Freemasonic gesture. Remember, Lincoln was assassinated in a theater, a stage show, and John Wilkes Booth's brother, Edwin Thomas Booth, was a Freemason and has the same exact photo with his hand in his jacket. John Wilkes Booth wasn't just an actor turned assassin, he was a member of the Knights of the Golden Circle, a secret society born from Freemasonry in 1854. These guys literally wanted to create a whole new country called the Golden Circle. Now this is where it gets interesting. People who laugh off the idea of Freemasons controlling everything or dismiss the Illuminati as just a conspiracy theory are missing the bigger picture. There's a whole web of secret societies, all branching off from the same root, like the Templars, but each with their own agenda. The KJC wasn't just some fringe group. We're talking about members in President Buchanan's cabinet, like the Secretary of War and Treasury, even the Vice President, John Breckinridge, was in on it. These guys were planning to kidnap Lincoln before he could take office and install their own president, which goes to show the connection between secret societies and assassinations. The KJC borrowed Masonic symbols and had ties to the Scottish Rite, but for some reason, this history is conveniently not taught in schools. During this era, politicians were involved in various other secret societies besides Freemasonry. The Independent Order of Oddfellows, or IOF, boasted several presidential members, including Ulysses S. Grant, Rutherford B. Hayes, and William McKinley. The Oddfellows are suspicious because of their extensive network of orphanages across the United States. Intriguingly, their symbolism often incorporated elements associated with the occult, such as the all-seeing eye and the skull and crossbones. The Improved Order of Red Men, despite its name, paradoxically excluded Native Americans into the 1970s. Its membership included Presidents Warren G. Harding and Franklin D. Roosevelt, the latter also being a Freemason. Oh, and interestingly, the Freemason Henry A. Wallace, Franklin D. Roosevelt's vice president, was deeply interested in mysticism and the occult. He was involved with theosophy, astrology, and Native American spirituality. Wallace is the one who suggested using the eye and pyramid symbol from the Great Seal on U.S. currency, seeing it as representing a new deal of the ages. The Knights of Pythias counted William McKinley and William Jennings Bryan among its members. Notably, McKinley held simultaneous memberships in the Oddfellows, Knights of Pythias, and Freemasons, showcasing the overlapping nature of these societies. The Order of the Eastern Star, often described as a Masonic-adjacent organization for women, uses an inverted pentagram as its symbol, similar to Satanism. Founded by prominent Freemason Rob Morris in 1850, the Eastern Star's influence extended into the highest echelons of American society and politics. Notable members included Eleanor Roosevelt, Clara Barton, founder of the American Red Cross, Bess Truman, Rosa Parks, Edith Wilson, Martha Washington, and Mamie Eisenhower. Is there a reason why so many First Ladies and prominent civil rights leaders were associated with this female Freemasonry? It does seem strange. Abraham Lincoln may not be accepted as a Freemason today. However, he did apply for membership in the Tyrian Lodge in Springfield. Intriguingly, there exists a painting of Lincoln titled Writing the Proclamation of Freedom, and in this artwork's background, you can clearly see a Freemasonic square and compass with an all-seeing eye. Why would they include this prominent Masonic symbolism in a painting depicting Lincoln during such a historically significant moment? I mean, that's pretty striking. What are we supposed to think? After the Civil War, the Knights of the Golden Circle didn't simply disappear. Many historians believe they evolved into the Ku Klux Klan. This transformation carried over some of the occult symbolism and ritualistic practices from the KGC, blending them with a racist ideology. The KKK's use of elaborate titles, secret passwords, and initiation rites echoed those of Freemasonry and KGC. Notably, several prominent Democrats of the era were affiliated with the KKK, including Senator Robert Byrd of West Virginia and Supreme Court Justice Hugo Black. Freemasonry, contrary to some beliefs, never truly died out. Instead, it adapted. In some cases, it became more discreet, while in others, it remained openly influential. By this time, the Freemasons had largely succeeded in shaping public perception of their order. They had reached a point where the occasional president or high-ranking official being a Mason no longer raised significant alarm. The key was maintaining balance, enough visibility to retain influence, but not so much as to invite scrutiny. It didn't matter if a few presidents were known Masons. What mattered was avoiding the appearance that everyone in power was associated with the order. This strategic approach allowed Freemasonry to continue its influence behind the scenes, while presenting a more benign face to the public. As politics progressed into the modern day, there were many more Freemasonic politicians, both in the Democrats and the Republicans. William McKinley, Theodore Roosevelt, William Howard Taft, Warren G. Harding, Franklin D. Roosevelt, Harry S. Truman, Lyndon B. Johnson, Gerald Ford were all Freemasons. This doesn't include many vice presidents and other high-ranking officials like the first director of the FBI. Note that even though Freemasonry is not as popular as it was at the beginning of American politics, it remains a cornerstone of the U.S. competition. There are other groups such as Skull and Bones, Rose,
and whose practices are guarded with the greatest secrecy. So why is the idea of a shadow government, or the concept of the Illuminati, mainstream political commentators and speakers today? I do not understand how deeply ingrained the cult is with the founding of the United States. This isn't even to mention corporate and foreign influence. There are many more rabbit holes to explore once you open this concept of the political elite being connected to the occult. We'll leave this historical and avoid more recent events. The idea does shed light on what's happening today. We're given the illusion of choice. Perhaps this was done by design.
Hank Anchorman downtown, where a giant ugly destruction. We can't stop, but we'll get some big and get back as soon as we can. 3.
Our house on TV. Chuck Berry! They took Susan! And although I'm relieved, we have to do something!
Do we have to?
Susan has been abducted by aliens! I said to remember the good times.
Those were the good times. But we're family. We stick together. That ball thing took my sister, not to mention my ice cream. And this means war.
But the army just went to war and lost.
Fabulous. Aliens are about to face a force they've never faced before. It's time.
brother are here to save you.
Oh, yeah. Ooh, I'm so scared. Don't start the movie without me. Evil Space Pod, you are no match for the mutant powers of Johnny X! Face my backside blasting power booting rat! And you face my giant badminton racket! Plan B. We fly lower and button out the seat. The pod will fall, crack open, and Susan will roll out. Go! Hose him!
We're running out of water, sir.
Haha, I have you now. Huh? I'm out of power boots.
Man, I hate Johnny X.
Ow, 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 ow.
Did you save her?
No, but the good news is aliens didn't take Susan. It was Eugene.
That's even worse!
I have an idea. Let's give up. I bet Susan's having a great time.
I've used this micro microphone to listen into the pod, and you tell me if Susan is having fun.
I don't like Susan, but nobody hurts the sister of Johnny.
Is that a ZX500 Pluto converter and a black hole simulator?
I made it myself. For you.
It is an amazing lab, but not complete. I mean, where's the zero gravity chamber?
Oh, why, it's what? There's only one of those in the whole world. And getting it is not like stealing ice cream, you know.
Well, then, I guess this place isn't so great after all.
Try to please a woman, and it's never enough.
Well, pot is metal, so maybe we can rust it or something. Oh, we're in trouble.
Didn't I tell you, spy brains, to stop that evil black alien pod?
Yes, no, maybe. Bye. It's bling bling, not aliens. That's even worse.
And we can't even stop him with Johnny X.
Then we'll have to team up. Who knows what horrible experiments Bling Bling has planned now that he has the zero gravity chamber?
I want to turn. Come on. I stole it.
Yeah, and you stole me too, so back off!
Now, the pod is unbeatable from the outside.
So we'll just have to attack from inside.
Spaceship Village has a small evacuation chamber located near the bottom of the pod. Something small like a snake. As someone who could shapeshift into a snake could get inside. Get to the command center and open the main hatch.
Then we'll enter and...
Want me to turn into a